switch to my AnyTube account for when I'm interacting with the chat. I was on my normal account.
Oh, that might
This
help.
entire
That
time.
may help just a little bit because we are now live. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil, and joining me, as always, though to a limited extent, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello. My laptop is still getting facial reconstruction surgery and an ear piercing.
So she is. We have a cardboard cutout of her as a stand-in. We don't have her PNG tuber, unfortunately. Hopefully, she'll be back by Bad Fan Fiction Night this week.
Yeah, she's a promotional version.
I mean, actually, by next week's JYCT, because I don't usually project her on Bad Fan Fiction because of the whole format thing.
Guys, she's like that cardboard cutout from of Assassin in Carnival Phantasm, the opening.
Oh my god!
But I still did get rid of all of my stuff off of this computer for Bad Fan Fiction Night, and also you wouldn't want me to stream. You remember what happened the last time I tried to stream Bad Fan Fiction Night on this laptop?
Oh, absolutely. We all remember the nightmarish explosion that happened in our ears.
Jeez! Oh my god! What?
Yeah, there was a weird audio thing that she didn't hear, but everyone else did. Where like there was just an audio explosion. It was like this, just a knife to the ears. Also,
I might have been there for that.
Robert Glending starting us off strong with 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in those. Enjoy joining the crew, and welcome to the crew, and enjoy your emotes, your added emoticons in the chat. We have quite a few now.
And enjoy your complimentary donuts from Billy.
Yeah, well, those come no matter if you're part of the crew or not, and
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, you're all part of the crew, but whether or not you're actually, got an enlisted rank or not, that's what is determined by the membership.
Yeah, everyone who isn't are just considered volunteers essentially.
Yeah, you're the volunteer help. But yes, also joining me is the absurd Kaiser Shonen.
I mean, listen, if you think I'm absurd now, get ready for what we'll be talking about in a minute. How y'all doing, people?
And for his first time appearing on our streams is Serial Navelgazer CBF, a good friend of Kaiser's and a regular on the chat.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. Been watching since, God, it's been so long that I think it might have been since Fixing Ruby Part 1? No, like Volume 1?
Well, yeah, you definitely were aware of the channel,
original
like,
version
by
of
the
it?
time.
Yeah, the original version.
Damn. Oh god, that was like
Wow.
8 years ago. I didn't realize you've been following the channel that long, man.
Yeah, he's been watching for about as long.
long.
Yeah, he's been watching about as long as how I've been watching. Granted, I think I've been in it for longer since I watched you back during your Volume 4 streams that you did your reactions with Fat Man and the rest.
Damn. Ancient, like, god, I feel so old.
we were that way. New fans, they don't have to recite the lore to us. We were there when it was written. Whenever
Speaking of lore, I actually have something I need to do, which is our good old buddy last stream, Teddy Bear Paladin, just went ham with lore. And I only read off like 2 of them. I'm going to get what he wrote now and read it off so that we can catch up on the teddy bear lore.
Yeah, new lore dropped.
Yep. All right, let me just pull this up in front where it's comfortable to read.
Help.
There is 10 of these, so
Oh my god.
Teddy Scholar, the fiery witch had saved our plushes had seemed so elegant back in the fort. The obstinate talking stick she argued with on the march brought out a decidedly short-tempered side. Care Bear Scholar, I guess. It is said that Care Bear Expeditionary Force found our plushy cousins by the sound of heated arguments between a passionate witch and a most uncooperative scepter. Flame Witch Agatha. Stupid Scepter refused to give actual directions, instead saying your voice will guide the path. Would have burned the stupid stick, but Elder Lori said it was important. EAS, I don't remember half of these characters at this rate. Whilst the remains of the TMN met with the CBEF in Quiet Woods, trouble stirred elsewhere in Balinor. One George Ursiton led the Grizzlies on Mount Barrington to rebellion. Prince Ari V, mother had chosen a poor time to fall ill and left me with a ragged wildfire of a kingdom, emerging with witch cults, emboldened rebellions, and flagrant banditry ran free. Captain Finn Hayseed. General Samwell's disaster left Balinor scrambling to reinforce Stuffington. They pulled guards from the frontier provinces to fill ranks, and the frontier stirred. George Ursiton. Some among my kin lament our plushy cousins rose before we did. I felt they impatient. When the garrison dwindled, I was thrust to command an eager force of bears. This is Captain Finn Hayseed again. In reinforcing Stuffington, the frontier provinces were left critically underhoofed. Bandits a full garrison would have kept in sprout from the woodworks. Worse, they were organized. FWA. Elder Lori had sent me to aid the rebellion stuffies in the darkest hours. I wanted to roast some unicorns. She said no. I wanted to leave the stupid scepter at home. She said no. PAF. Pulling reinforcements from the provinces was not an easy decision. More regiments couldn't be pulled together on short notice, and letting Stuffington fail was not an option. That was the last time. But now apparently he has new lore here. Oh yeah, here we go. We have
posted a chat.
The next one from Bedroom Party Old Grudges Part 1. Funko Bear. Big brother, please buy our hollowed cub no more about the unicorns. Teddy Bear Paladin, their sins are neither forgotten nor forgiven. Elegant Doll, forgive him, young squire. The grudge runs deep and personal. Okay, so we're actually back to characters I remember.
Yeah, dog. How long have we got so sidetracked that we haven't really gotten to the actual Teddy Bear Paladin character?
Definitely since I think the unicorn before last.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A year-long story within the streams. For me, it's more like a fever dream. But
hey, at least we have they have a dedicated doc for it now, which you can access if you pay $1 or more on Raymond's Patreon, which will give you access to the Tundra Discord.
Yes, for $1 or more, you get access to the Tundra, where all of us hang out pretty regularly, and we also host Bad Fanfiction Night, so you guys can join us for that every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Or if for some reason you don't like Raymond enough to give him $1, you can always go to my Patreon, pay $1, get into the Tundra anyway.
You can help her afford that that computer piercing.
Yeah.
Matt Pat, the Lord, dog. Speaking of freaking Matt Pat, dog, waking up to find out that he just he worked with a few other representatives to make a new caucus for content creation is crazy.
It's wild. I don't know if I want him in politics though.
Oh man, let's just hope he's not the U.S. equivalent to freaking what's the To Love Room? No, not To Love Room. The freaking I think it was Negima and whatever manga has Naru Narasagawa or whatever.
I think that might be Negima. But yeah, I forgot the exact details of it, but they basically, he and a few members of the House of Representatives create a new caucus that aims to, facilitate legislation or, promote legislation surrounding content creators and internet influencers.
It was Love Hina, that's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
That could go very well or very poorly.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Let's hope he's not our equivalent to Ken Akamatsu.
Oh my god.
Epic Taro says UK holder.
Oh, UQ Holder.
UQ, sorry.
That's like the sequel to Negima, but that was the wrong one anyway. He was singing
Yeah.
Love Hina.
Also,
Anyways,
it is really
go
nice
ahead.
to see how many we have Sparrow's first Talons in the chat now. It's really cool.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Got some Sparrow's second Talons too. It's we're people finally crawling up the ranks. It's really exciting.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Alrighty. So, gang down to business with some real anime bullshit, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaking of lore, we're gonna
Let
get
me-
some crazy lore today.
Exactly.
We have this really ugly engine on screen.
Yeah, let me
Opening screen for Studio Riverroot.
mute the screen front so people can see it. Yeah, it's a ugly CGI engine.
Oh yeah, that like shows up in a lot of like different anime. That's the what was it? Not promotional, but you know how it is with like, oh, different studios, show their logos before the show starts.
Oh,
That's
I
not
have one. I think that's very similar to this. I don't think Wit specifically had one, but I remember there was like back when Cabaneri aired, there was like one kind of like this.
yeah. But anyways, though, let me and CBF tell y'all about the tragedy of Babylon.
Please do.
Okay, so humanity built this tower. Oh wait, sorry, I'm thinking of
Wrong
Beyblade.
one.
And well,
Okay.
Yeah,
and then
wrong
it
one. This doesn't
Yeah,
kept getting
directly have anything to
destroyed
do
by police and robots.
Not
Well,
that one.
it
either.
does involve the police. This
Yeah.
is a police procedural, kinda, sorta.
Right. So, at present anyway, it is essentially a crime drama anime, starring a public prosecutor named Seizaki. Yes. And they're looking into a large scale, conspiracy
It
involving
starts off
the
as a
Japanese
murder.
Diet.
If I remember correctly, it starts off basically being, all right, these guys in a pharmaceutical basically
Yep.
bullshat their way into an experimental new drug that was
Yep.
not properly tested, and it quickly evolves into what seems like a murder case.
Yeah.
Mm.
So that's the basic premise of it. And at the time that this came out, so this came out in 2019, the first 3 episodes, especially episode 2, made a bit of a splash within the niche parts of the anime community. People were looking forward to this, being a very good police procedural, which to be honest, in terms of modern shows, we haven't had a whole lot of in terms of animation anyway.
The one that
At least
comes
ones
to
that aren't
mind,
sci-fi.
The one that comes to mind is Psychopaths.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean like ones that aren't sci-fi.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, like this is a more like for real police procedural taking place in normal Japan, not sci-fi
Yeah.
dystopia Japan.
Right.
Jet the Hawk, Wave the Swallow, and Storm the Albatross are from there.
God,
I'm so
remember
brain
this
fried
clear
by
as
the
day.
internet.
By the way, apropos of nothing, totally. Any of
Yeah.
you familiar with Kato the Right Answer?
No.
That was
Oh man. That would be
Kaiser, you know what happened there.
Yeah, I know
This is the
exactly
same
what
author.
happened. Yeah, and it's the same author too. I think same studio as well. I don't think.
That one was Toei, and they were doing an
Right.
all 3D show.
Yeah.
But yeah, that has a similar story in that Maro Nozaki wrote it, and it was initially a bit of a dark horse critical darling for like the first 8 episodes. That one's more like actually sci-fi oriented, involving like an alien coming in and basically doing a lot of problem solving. And then after
It
the
shat
last
the bed.
few episodes, it happened so fast and so bad. I've heard the horror stories. Like a fair amount of friends I know consider it to have one of the worst endings in the medium, and have given it like a 1 to a 3 out of 10. When a lot of them were like, "This was amazing" at first. It was the ultimate betrayal.
Yeah,
what
it not
streaming
only
service is this? I don't know what totally legal streaming site this is.
yeah.
Kaiser is in control of this, for the record. He's streaming through Cast, so I have very little control over what's on screen.
This is yes. This is
Phoenix,
just
you
to
look
know.
different. New haircut. Yes. I got a little off the top.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, this is totally legal, guys, and I totally recommend all of you to go through the legal channels. But
Titan Executor says, even worse setting than School Days? Well, I haven't seen it, but
Well-
I have heard the result is yes, and we'll get to why that's irrelevant
yeah,
eventually.
Oh boy.
very- but all y'all really need to know is that it's a very interesting pattern where the show starts off really good in the first half, and then not just shit the bed, but absolutely sharts it by the second.
Oh,
It creates a shard landfill by the
Exactly.
finale.
You guys are just an absolute smithy with words today.
Yeah, indeed, wordsmiths of the English language. Unfortunately, our sanity will eventually break. But let's revel in the first 7 episodes, especially the first 3. This was released in 3 chunks of episodes, covering 3 books. Episodes 1 through 3 cover the first book, 4 through 7 make up the second, and 8 through 12 make up the third and final one.
Yeah, it's based off a light novel, by the way.
I thought it was just a normal novel.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it's just said novel adaptation.
I mean, I
not
guess
novel.
that makes sense since, again, it takes place in like the real world, and those types of stories tend to be in actual novels. Whatever that means.
Full-on crime
I mean,
drama.
light
But
novel
Kaiser-
it just describes like it's a shorter novel. It's not. It's
Yeah.
light reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I presume it's a light novel because, all the material ended up in just 12 episodes, unless a lot of things really got cut. So,
Yeah.
which then again, if it did, that would explain a hell of a lot. But with that being the case, people, grab your
Oh,
drinks.
now you
grab
full
your
screened it.
beverages.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, my bad. You needed to. I'm sorry.
No.
you gotta be very careful.
Look, it just. Are you going to go full screen or are you not going to go full screen? I gotta know so I can adjust it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm not gonna full screen.
Kaiser's
Okay.
going Maverick. Watch out, everyone. The animes make a Maverick, and we haven't even started. We're still in the good part.
Yeah, we're still in the good part, guys. Okay. So, let's get started with the very first episode. We got the engine revving up. Just skipping ahead. Reveroot is the studio.
Celtic, you still have Dust Queen on? By Aideen Hughes.
Oh,
That should be
also, you
fixed.
forgot the shields.
Though I was going to put them up in just a minute. I have the correct cover art on the stream according to YouTube. So that's just like a weird thing on your end then, with YouTube being kind of a dick.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at it right now and it says I have the right thumbnail in. So yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no-
I'll put the shields up.
Yes.
Shield. There it is. Boop. There we go.
I don't want to get you in trouble, okay? Anyways. all right.
If if worse comes to worse, we can just blame Kermit. He's right next to me. Anyway, say hi, Kermit.
Yeah.
Hello. What am I getting in trouble for?
It would actually be awesome if you got a PNG tuber for Kermit.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, it's
Yeah.
Kermit, but it's like styled after a
It's like
Gundam
wearing your
character.
coat. Yeah.
No, it's like fucking Camille Bidon, but it's Kermit. Kermit Bidon.
Kermil be done.
Kermit be
Camille Bidon.
I'm going to commit sewer slide. Flame
Yeah.
Witch Agatha.
Blame it
So
on
after
Perfect
uniting teddies
Triangle.
with their cloud-born cousins, I was ready to go home. Then the scepter said, "Your destiny is locked with theirs. Worst stick ever."
Well, at least they're much more entertaining than the stick from Balinor. This is gonna be a 7 deadly sins Ruby situation, isn't it? Well, I'll leave that up to you. Okay.
We are watching in
boy.
Japanese because we have subtitles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're in the pharmaceuticals building, and we see a bunch of guys strolling in with their suits on.
Oh,
So
they're
they're getting down to
prosecutors.
business. Yep.
Yep.
Wow, I actually used something from Phoenix Wright.
Prosecutors and private investigators are what we're looking at. We're not dealing with normal cops here.
So yeah, these guys are raiding the place because they're violating pharmaceutical law. Yeah, get all that hentai shit too.
No, the Elon Musk cat girl research.
No, not the cat girl research. We can leave the Leon Musk stuff. We don't need that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Tokyo Public Prosecutor's Office, Special Investigations. So here we just have the opening, which is gonna be the shortest opening ever. It just plays the same track during the show, so nothing crazy, just a lot of ostentatious imagery.
Yeah, it's just a BGM by Yukata. Let me find it. He's the same composer who did Yutaka Yamada. He did stuff for like Tokyo Ghoul and Vinland Saga, if you recognize the soundtracks to those shows.
Nameless says, Storm, I can't see the end of the horizon. Hatsune Miku!
Also, maybe you should mute it, Kaiser.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I would also recommend like feathering through more than letting it play, if that makes any sense, because you're
Oh yeah, sure.
like if there's something like in motion you want to point out that's silly and weird, fine, but like I think we can do with like stills.
No, it's fine. Okay, so we cut back to their offices and we meet two characters, get properly introduced to two characters. Fumio, who you see a little bit in the beginning, who's the main character, Seizaki's assistant here. And they're just unpacking a bunch of the stuff that they had taken during the raid earlier in the episode, right?
Okay.
And Fumio is, he's the younger of the two, so he's already bored by the prospect of looking through all this freaking data. But Zen establishes himself very thoroughly as, hey, we gotta do this by the books. We gotta read this through in a week.
Yeah, and like he's green, but not that green. He's been in the biz for a couple years.
Yeah. They already have this sort of established history with each other. By the way, they're coming through like 700 documents, I believe, that they're
Wow.
Yeah, that's realistic, yeah. Especially with the pharmaceutical law, I could imagine that gets freaking crazy.
Also, Axel 05, the age rating, if I remember correctly, is like R17, because we will be delving into topics like suicide.
Oh yeah,
component in this anime.
Yeah, it's gonna be a major thing, so trigger warning.
Yay.
And episode 7 itself has a content warning. I don't know why episode 5 doesn't, considering what it talks about, but episode 7 does. Because it's a bloodbath.
Yeah, so they're coming through the data, and Fumio's being chastised because, oh my god, this is so much work, man. I'd rather be playing fucking Fate Grand Order. And
so wait, this is Zen, or is this Fumio?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No, this is Zen.
Okay,
the other guy's
right.
Fumio. Yeah, this is our main character here. Fumio, what's the
I figured
crime
because
there?
he's so nondescript.
He also has a really plain character design. Like, I know that this is supposed to be more realistic, but like there are ways to still make a fairly realistic character design to stand out and be kind of unique,
Yeah. It also doesn't help that I'm not a big fan of the art style for this show.
Yeah,
Give
it
him like a
kinda gives the
Hawaiian shirt or
vibe.
something. That'd be nice.
It's very jagged.
That would clash a lot, but that would be something.
Yeah.
It is very jaggy though. It kind of reminds me of like this other anime. I forgot what it's called, but it's about these. Once I describe it, it's not going to narrow it down, so I'm not going to bother. It's sort of like this paranormal investigations anime that was released a few years ago.
Ghost Stories.
No.
2000 or so is probably more than a few.
Yeah.
You
Unless
forget,
you're
I'm
favorite.
old. For me, 2000 was like 3 years ago.
2000 was when I was born.
Oh my god!
You're a baby.
Welcome.
Hey, I'm
we're
older than you.
You're meeting the descendants of the new generation.
It is just
Of the
baffling to me that I realize, man, you're 25.
Yeah, 24, but yeah, welcome to the descendants of the new millennium.
Ugh.
You're 40 Celtic? No, but I do feel like
No.
that sometimes. And I'm not getting any younger.
Same.
I'm not
Same,
even
my
40 and
bones
I'm
feel
older
that.
than he is.
Yeah, she's already got a walker and everything.
Oh my god. Yeah, we got the
Gotcha,
fan art to
buddy.
prove it by Deatherex. Anyway.
I forgot about that.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun.
Alright, so Zen asks, Fumio, what's the crime they're being accused of in the Agra case? Not in the sense of like, oh, do you even know what it is, but more so to keep them on task, right?
Yeah.
So he reads through and he's all like, a ban on false advertising of Agra, their new drug.
It's pronounced Agra or is it Agras? Agras. Agres.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they pronounced the S, but you know, Japanese can be. I just presumed the S was silent.
No.
So Japan Superi, which is the pharmaceutical company they raided, requested several universities to provide fake data that made the drug seem more effective than it really was. So we got a big case of fraud going on. In other words, we have to find proof that they paid off these 4 universities. And he says, reading takes you closer to the truth, one step at a time. Right. And he, hold on, let me actually get the exact dialogue there. And they both say it's like a ruler for justice.
We don't really need the exact dialogue.
But
Because
this does actually get us to one of the issues we've had with already with the early episodes. The dialogue can be really clunky at times. This is nowhere near the worst example, but they do harp on justice. What is justice? Like a lot.
Yeah, it's gonna be a focal point for a lot of this. Which, you know, not off color for procedurals like these, but something to keep in mind. So the raid appeared on the news, obviously, and we get the first appearance of a basically they talk about a new mayoral election.
Yeah.
And we see a first appearance of this guy who is totally not going to be important in any way whatsoever.
That is definitely not a villain. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally
not. Actually, but yeah. Hey, look, it's like Volume 7 of RWBY. We have a new mayoral election. That's also going to be very important. Except, no. Yes, but no.
Yesn't.
Oh, so it's like the politics in between mainland Japan and Okinawa in Eraka 7 AO.
Oh
wait.
God.
Wait, that's what happened? Oh my fucking god. I'm so
Dude,
glad
Eureka 7 AO is so fucking weird, man.
I'm so
It's
glad
bad.
I dropped it.
It's not just weird, it's bad.
Oh no, you're gonna end up watching it all the way through. We're gonna do the rewrite at some point.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
Warning:
Yep.
side effects for using the new Gundam GQX may cause delusions, the ability to go to another world, and psychological trauma and slight genocide. Please consult your doctor. What? Okay, on one hand, what the fuck is happening in the new Gundam? On the other hand, that's normal for the
I was about
average
to
Gundam.
say, especially UC timeline stuff. So yeah, that's pretty normal.
Hey Celtic, is there going to be a bad fanfiction night, or is that swapped out for Fixing RWBY Volume 7? There will be a bad fanfiction night this week. At least I'm planning on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will actually have my computer back by Friday. It just happened to be really good timing that Raymond wanted to take a break around the same time that my computer was going to go out for repairs.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, the Epic Kyo. No, you have that backwards. He's old and he's being tortured by the youth. We're torturing them. We're torturing them.
I never heard of this
knowledge of
anime.
Babylon.
And they just like, we're going to cover it.
We're dumping the lore. We're giving them everything.
Right.
The dark history.
Yeah, dark history. All right, so this is Secretary General Ruichi Nomaru, who's announcing that his candidacy for the Liberal Justice Party of this election thing. And Fumio talked about like, oh, I really want to be in a political case. And then their boss shows up right behind them, Morinaga. He's like, stop fucking around. Let's get back to work.
Yeah.
He's
Don't
not,
worry, he'll get his wish
He's
soon.
not immediately. We're fucking eating, dude. We're on our lunch break. So
later after that, he kind of chastises Fumio a bit, and he's basically just getting the rundown on the Agra case and checking on their progress. And
I love the idea they aggressively pronounce it like they're Hispanic.
Oh, so they're like me.
Yes.
I mean, you do have the pass, so there's that.
Yeah.
Oh man. So yeah, they're saying that hey, it's only a matter of time before we find something because they're not sophisticated enough to hide any evidence. So
They immediately find something.
Yeah, they immediately find something in the next scene. So they're just going over stuff. They bond over coffee beans, which is a neat little quirk. And then
$5 Super. Phantom of the Twilight.
Phantom of the Night, Kaiser, was the horror anime you're thinking of either Gegege no Kitaro or Toilet Bound Hanako-kun?
No, it's not a horror anime. It's sort of like an action what was it, paranormal show where the main character is like a part of a team of investigators, and all of them are like magical creatures and vampires and shit, and they go out and solve problems related to those races. It's not Kekai Sensen.
Oh, it's
lamer than that.
Mon from Monster Musume.
No.
Also, actual plot, don't worry. We plan on covering at least the first 7.
Yes.
Also, Kaiser has problems enunciating when he says horror again.
I didn't even say horror.
No.
You immediately, I love that because I'm anxious about when I pronounce the word horror, whether or not I'm going to accidentally slur it and say something else.
Yeah. Don't worry. You can say it that way this time. We're talking about Babylon. There's gonna be a horror of Babylon.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We'll get to that.
Insert man of culture. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I know I'm a man of culture. Unironically, the Mon theme song from that is a fucking bop.
Yeah.
So they look through a bit of documents and they see one of them has a little stain in the corner. Oh, Epic Kyo with donation. Kimono Jihen. I might have said the name wrong.
How do you say the name wrong through death?
Yeah. It's Kamono Jihen because kimono is what
Spelled,
you wear.
yes,
Kamono
but you
is
didn't.
monster.
I didn't hear you pronounce it. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's text. Also,
Getting really pedantic.
Kimono Jihen? Okay. So, kimono incident, I guess?
Or Keimono incident?
Kimono Jihen.
That might have been.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, because it involves like monsters and shit.
But
so I think that might be it. Anyways, staying in the corner of this document here. And spoiler alert, it's blood. Because it's taped to another piece of paper.
And F's in the chat, literally. There's a whole bunch of F.
Yeah, there are a bunch of F's being written beyond the blood stains. And it's directly connected to this hospital, I believe.
Interesting. The Orange Man says, just binge your fixing series. You should talk to Literature Devil about writing. I'm paying him $1,000 to review Ruby over the next month. Holy shit.
My god!
Literature Devil covering Ruby? No. Oh my god!
No, this is
I am hyped. I am hyped. If you could just kind of sneak in there, hey man, there's also this fixing series. So if you want to take a look at someone else's attempt That would be hilarious to me. I would love to
That
hear
would be
what
really
he-
funny. Dude,
Oh, God,
that
I need
man's
to
gonna
expedite.
die.
And then we'll get him
Oh,
on a
God, I need
stream.
to
We'll
expedite
get him
my
on a
trilogy.
stream with ants.
Oh God, I need to expedite my
Oh
trilogy
no.
now. Oh
No,
God.
don't do
Oh
that.
no.
Don't do that
No.
to either.
Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, fucking CBF's working on his own sort of retrospective on Ruby. He's been working on that for months.
It's at like 170 pages now. It's
Oh my god!
Oh wow.
Yeah. Combined, it's split into 3 for a reason. I do not want to just drop a 9-hour thing, like plop it in.
Well, you should.
Yeah, it's
because
good.
that'd be
I would.
amazing.
I don't think my computer can handle it.
I was gonna say, like, my freaking My Hero video that I've still been struggling to get any kind of progress on, like, that's only 40 pages. Holy shit, dude! And that's like almost 2 hours.
I mean, to be fair, if I was going to do my Ruby retrospective, it would probably be about that long as well. I just
Mhm.
haven't gotten to it yet because I've been procrastinating working on my second Digimon video because I'm intimidated by all the work that I did from my last video.
Yeah.
Literature
Also, my
level
computers-
crossover. When you would have to ask the Orange Man about that. He apparently is the one that's funding the poor guy.
Hey, Bio.
Yo, Bio. Okay, so yeah, the hospital that this paper is connected to is the Holy Rafaela Medical School, or how you pronounce that.
Rafaela?
Raphael.
Well, I mean, that's
Ninja
like
Turtle.
I would say it's like the female version of Raphael, but I don't know if there is a female version of Raphael.
I never heard of that.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody looked that up. Anyway, they split this apart and they find just this massive dried blood stain with a bunch of F's written behind it. So they look up the doctor in charge of that place, and their name is Shin Inaba. So that's gonna be like the first major suspect. And they also find some like skin and hair stuff just stuck to it.
Any relation to Yaso Inaba?
Also,
No
no,
relation.
Rafaela is a female name.
Yeah, no, I was
okay.
just googling it myself. I was going to point that out. It is the female version of Raphael.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
more you know.
like with a lot of cultures, adding an A at the end feminizes the name automatically.
Yeah. True.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. Who are the VA for the main characters? If it's sub, we have Yuichi Nakamura for Zen, Takahiro Sakurai for a character we'll get to soon, and Satsuki Yukino for another character we'll get to soon. Oh, and Kensho Ono for Fumio.
Those sure were names.
Yes. I think the only one people might recognize is Yuichi Nakamura and maybe Satsuki Yukino. I don't know.
So is
I think
gender
they've had
neutral like
birthdays.
Jesse? No, that's no right. It's a Raphael is the male version. Rafaela is the female version. Jesse can be applied. It doesn't change to apply to a different gender.
Wait, the Orange Man
Not-
said, just to clarify, it's 1,000 per season, so it might cost 9,000 to watch all of Ruby.
Holy
Jesus.
shit,
Not worth
dude!
$1,000.
What? How much are you making?
And can
Like,
you
are
send
you
some
rich?
of it our way?
Yeah.
Or are you like you have to either be rich or like you're a freaking VTuber fan.
Yeah, for real, dog. You really?
Real
I only
Or
make
should I
$11 an
have
hour.
been-
Oh,
talk about
I only
Ruby.
make $11 an hour. Okay, so really Celtic. Look, I gotta take the wins where I can find them, Titan. I'm sorry.
Right.
Have we found another Joe? No, not yet. Joe's crazy. We love him.
Yeah, he's insane. We love him.
I haven't seen him in a while though. I hope he's doing okay.
I've seen him floating around. He's still posting the tundra. He's chilling there.
Okay.
Yeah.
What a polite way to make me feel broke. Mood.
Give
Mood,
money
yeah.
to people who deserve it.
So damn, I gotta turn up my
Oh
fan.
my
It's hot in here.
So they get to this hospital looking for Dr. Inaba relating to the case. And I believe they say that he isn't there at the time. So they go to his home, and they hear some classical music over the door. And they prepare to go in, and Fumio say, "Hey, we gotta have a warrant." And Zen's all right. We already have one.
Gotcha. We already got an advance.
Yep. So
Bust
they bust in, and there's this really nice effect where the music sounds kind of muffled while they are just like outside the door, and it doesn't get fully clear until they open the door where Inaba is in.
Yeah, and then the more they walk in, the more it overpowers the mix.
Yes.
Because they're like, because all they're hearing is this exceptionally loud bit of music. They can barely even hear themselves until they find Dr. Inaba. Well, the cadaver of Inaba.
Blank Canvas asks, did he get all this money illegally? Look, we don't ask that around here. All right, we don't.
Yeah.
I know. We're already dealing with the illegality of what's going on in this show. We don't need to deal with that in the real world. But yeah.
Listen, we don't see nothing. We don't know nothing.
Yeah, Inaba. He is strapped to a euthanasia chair. He's been euthanized.
Yep.
And he looks very happy. And nude.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
weirdly nude.
Is he happy because he's dead, or is he happy because he's nude? You decide.
The world,
There's a third
you never
option,
know.
but you'll know when you get there.
Right. So they're in the police station, and they go to basically like a forensics officer, Mr. Kujin, who's another one of the core cast members. He's kind of cool, has a bit of a sort of not exactly sarcastic, but kind of sardonic cadence to him.
Yeah.
So
Shinobu is he's an assistant police officer, and he's basically a part of the central police station. Yeah, they will be working together throughout the majority of the anime.
Right. So, given the fact that all of this is going on and how potentially large this conspiracy is, they're all like, okay, we're going to give you all the information you're going to need on this case. Because usually, between the two, it's kind of close to the chest. But in this case, it's very necessary. So, Kujin basically says that from their inspection, of course, they used a euthanasia machine. But what they found was the machine was set
not euthanasia. That's anesthetic.
Anesthetic.
Yeah,
different type of machine.
It's set to a lethal amount that'll kill them eventually.
What series would you review for $1,000? I'm curious. That's
Erica 7AO.
Oh fuck! Oh god! I don't know if I can live through that again. Oh god!
Well, we're gonna have to. We're gonna rewrite it.
That's the only. I was gonna say Handshakers, but then I remember no. You would need to quadruple it bare minimum for me to actually try to make a video on it, especially if I'm gonna be the one editing
Velma?
it. I don't want to give myself vertigo again and again. And again,
the problem is I watch a lot of like coverage content on YouTube, so I'm trying to think of like a property that I know is legendarily bad, but I haven't seen coverage of, so I could give a really fresh-eyed experience and thoughts on it. Rent a Girlfriend? Oh fuck, I've heard about that one.
That conveniently Handshakers fits the bill because it's literally my most hated thing ever, like in fiction by a wide mile.
That it's his Ruby.
I was gonna say, Orange Man, start naming things and we'll figure it out from there. All the Pokemon not all the Pokemon animes.
No.
That's like One Piece levels of length. That's several $1,000s right there. All right. That is
you want me to
like well over $10,000.
That is a year's worth of funding.
Yeah. If you want me to review a series for $1,000, I'd be willing to do Gundam Seed.
I don't think Destiny. I have that tier on my Patreon, but I do Yeah, if somebody would be willing to send me that kind of money, I could do an in-depth like look into a series, any kind of series that they would want.
I was about to say
It would
I
take
have a
me a very long
Ko-fi.
time though, so don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I have a Ko-fi in case you want to send that much.
Kaiser, how
again,
much
the
the
Acolyte
staple
I've
on
seen.
Seed Destiny and Seed Freedom?
Oh, you know
Make
what?
it 2,000.
I could do. What was that? Skeleton Crew? Was that it? The other I haven't seen any coverage of Skeleton Crew. I just kind of came and went for Star Wars.
No, oh, right. You mean the Bad Batch?
No, Skeleton Crew was like a kids show. It had like a bunch of kids doing adventures. Obi-Wan has been that's a dead horse that has been beaten to shit.
G Savior, that's a dead horse, and
Yeah.
also it's not even that bad.
I can make a kill, also a dead horse. Also, it's not that bad. It's like a 4 out of 10. It's still bad though.
Ashoka, maybe Ashoka. I could do that. I've only seen a little coverage on that. It's just
Ultraman Nexus. I've never seen. Well, the only Ultraman thing is Shin Ultraman that I've seen.
Same
So
plus the first 2 episodes of OG.
CW Teen Titans and thanks Billy. Oh, maybe CW Teen Titans.
Oh yeah,
Maybe like a season of that I could see. Power Rangers Megaforce.
No,
No,
I'm not willing to do that. You're gonna go high. You gotta go higher.
I gotta make sure it's something that I know that I might actually get angry at.
Oh, how about $1,000 for Babylon, the show we're talking about?
Yeah, okay, let's get back to it.
Up for this stream.
Yeah.
And the next one, because we're not covering all of this in one go. There's no way we can. Look how long we've taken to get through half an episode.
True.
We're trying to get through 7 today.
Well, Kaiser's been going through each and every single dialogue, so.
I'm not even doing that past the first part.
To be fair, I did that to some extent with the Assassin anime, so it's not, he learned from me. I'm the bad parent.
You're a bad parent.
Okay.
Here's why we don't trust birds.
So
we don't trust
Machine
birds,
Set
really.
could just basically go up and increase the anesthesia levels gradually over the course of 30 hours.
Yeah.
And of course they concluded that it didn't seem like murder, obviously. So
that'll be a running theme.
Yeah. So they're saying they're probably gonna dub it as a suicide for right now because there's no signs of a struggle in the room and there's a will. Also, there was a couple that visited Inaba often starting 2 months ago.
What about for $100?
Oh, for $100. It'd have to be about something that's like 12 episodes or something.
It'd be something smaller, yeah.
Yeah.
This show is
kind of like this. Yeah. Or like an OVA or something. That would also work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
PR Peak CBF, you made it.
Yeah, he finally made it.
Thanks for the super.
Kingdom Hearts live action. Oh my god, that'd be a nightmare.
Oh fuck! The other light novel the Assassin Isekai guy wrote. Oh no!
Redo of Healer?
That might. Yes, redo of Healer. That would definitely be $1,000 for me. I could do that.
Yeah.
Remember when that got so much outrage for like 3 episodes and then nobody gave a fuck anymore because everyone was talking about Mushoku Tensei instead?
Yeah, it vanished.
It died with a cock slap.
Wow.
Oh my god. Dude.
No, the thing is, I've heard that actually happens.
What? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Like, legit. A dick slapping a person's face. That happens.
Oh my god. Ooh.
That happened to a friend of mine.
What?
What happened to my buddy Eric?
I feel like we're murdering this podcast right now.
It's an assisted suicide at this point, just like the show. And what it talks about.
Yeah. So they got some suspects in mind, and then Zen gives Kujin the bloodstained paper that they found earlier.
Can I say I don't like how they're handling that paper with bare hands.
Oh no, it's
Yeah.
covered in a plastic thing.
Yeah.
Well, did they handle it with gloves earlier?
No.
No.
Yeah.
To be fair, because like they just found it, but yeah, even if they thought, okay, there's probably gonna be more to it, they probably should have had gloves on. But yeah,
Well, yeah, they should have had gloves on in the first place because you might need fingerprint evidence. You're going to get your grubby little fingerprints all over it, and then suddenly you have just tainted the evidence.
Yeah, just-
Orange Man, I don't have a definitive answer because I, for the record, redo of Healer is the 1000. I don't know about 100. It's been a while. I don't have anything off the top of my head. If you can just throw me suggestions of what you would want to see me cover, we can talk that out at some point. But
what is Babylon? This is Babylon.
this is Babylon. But yeah, also to be fair, this isn't their blood.
Yeah.
Usually, it's not your blood if you're the murderer.
True.
Yeah, we don't know. I don't think. Do we know whose blood this even is?
Not yet. And I honestly forget if they even found out who it is.
I don't think so. Dropped thing number 1. The least important thing about it, though.
Right. So they just head out after that. And Kujin calls later and says that they found some results from the piece of hair they got. Oh yeah, never mind. The blood and skin belong to Inaba, the doctor who died earlier.
Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go. Never mind.
And they're investigating the couple, but then they know who the man is, but they don't know who the woman is. Is about the man's identity. He's a Diet member of Secretary. An important one, an ex-member of the House of Representatives.
Yep, so already the politics are starting to be intertwined with this. It is becoming a political conspiracy, just in time for the election.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, 20 days from the election. And the prom's tomorrow. Anyway. Let's see. There's a bit of
Fate Extra Last Encore is the one I would watch for $1,000 that has nothing to do with the game it was based on. True, but it's also, like, not even the 3rd or 4th worst Fate anime.
dude, that's like arguing which piece of junk is the worst at the fucking garbage pail in the garbage.
I was about to
in
say.
the garbage dump. Like,
It's better than UBW!
but is it better than Fate Prisma Ilia?
Probably. I haven't seen it, but very likely.
It won't land you in what will land you in jail.
No.
So then it is better than Fate Prisma Ilia.
I mean, have you seen Nero Claudius? You will not end up in jail with her. Unless she wants to put you in jail for some reason. Like if you really piss her off. But I don't think she will.
I think UBW sucks.
Yes. Same. UBW is shit. But anyway, speaking of shit.
Yeah, so we have Nomaru over here just giving some kind of speech to the public, and we cut to the prosecution's office where Chief Norinaga and Zen are talking, and they say that they basically just go over that, hey, this is a conspiracy we're stepping into. We gotta be very careful if we think Nomaru is directly responsible for these crimes. You know, which, okay, fair.
Yeah, and of course they accept the risks. They begin tailing.
Yep. Oh, right. Apparently this is going an element that's going to be very relevant throughout this investigation, at least in this part of the story, is this city called Shiniki, which is essentially a experimental city in Tokyo.
Yeah, they're going to experiment with all the laws there. They're going to figure out which ones they actually want to work with and which one they don't. It is technically kind of currently lawless because, you know, developing experimental city, they're going to throw whatever laws they want on it, which will be very apparent when we get into the most controversial of the entire city, which will be the focal point of Act 2.
Yeah. All right. And, Fumio's freaking out, saying, yeah, this is way crazier than the case we were already on. So, you don't know for sure yet. And they're tracking some police footage of possibly the second woman that Kujin was talking about earlier, who was associated with Inaba.
Yeah.
And Zen checks this other source. I forget this guy's name.
Oh yeah, that's his journalism friend. You can tell they're friends
Yeah,
because
he's friends with
Yoshi
Journal.
Hanta immediately goes, "Hey, it's my best friend from college."
Oh,
Yeah,
the
that
Orange
dialogue
Man,
is so
first season
clunky.
of Batwoman. That's all. Take your time.
Fuck!
I can't do first season, man. That's a lot of time, but I can maybe do the first few episodes.
Dang.
Oh God.
Thanks for the
I don't know
You
when I'm gonna
gotta
be able to do that.
Well, you got to also think about like how long the episodes are as well.
Yeah, they're like 40 minutes
Like a
apiece.
a normal episode would probably be like 100, but if it's like a 40-minute to an hour episode kind of thing, then probably be a little bit more.
How much
Yeah,
more
let me look it
than
up. And
I
there-
don't
yeah.
know what the price tag is. It's been a while since I've thought about commissioned seasons. Don't worry about it. I'll record maybe the first 3 or 4 episodes. I'll try and do something like that for you, man. At some
Good luck.
point,
It's
I'll add that to my
45
board.
episodes, 20
Yeah.
20 episodes.
Let's see.
Oh, Isa says for $5, I'm not sure if this is bad enough, but Kaiser might know this show, Cross Ange. I remember seeing that and I was pissed. I heard horror stories about Cross Ange. That was made by the guy who made Gundam Seed. And I've heard nothing but bad things about it. You would think a show about lesbians riding mechs would be pretty good and fighting dragons. But it might surprise you that it's actually controversial among the mecha fandom.
Yeah, Pete says, "Hit me up if you want to help with Batwoman."
I could look more into DC content since my adventure of Superman has me in that kind of mood. Honestly, I would need the help. I would probably do like some kind of reaction more so to it. That's
Yeah, that would probably be way better for that.
the thing is, I'm actually familiar with the CW, so I'm not as blind as some of the reactors I've seen go into it.
Yeah, help you shot.
Would I recommend? Should we recommend reading Batwoman, the Batwoman comic? I think it was like, let me go grab it real quick. I have it.
Oh yeah, he collects colors sometimes.
Yeah, the Greg Rucka Batwoman comic. It's considered like a pretty well-regarded, I'm not gonna necessarily say definitive Batwoman comic, mainly because I haven't read it, but it's like a good starting point for if you want to get into Batwoman.
Yo, recommending something he hasn't read. Shake my head.
Hey, it's Greg Rucka. I trust him.
Okay. and Rucka we trust.
Yes.
And Greg we trust. Anyway, Zen meets his journo buddy Hanta. And he's basically asking him to look into the whole Nomaru stuff.
It's like, hey man, we can't do that. Isn't that kind of hey bro, aren't we supposed to be best friends?
Yeah.
See what says I do the same as Orange Man for Blaze Blue, but I can't afford that. Thank God.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, give that to me. I'm the Blaze Blue guy here. I do need to make a vid related to Blaze Blue eventually.
Yeah, I kind of got strong-armed into playing a couple of the games, so there's that.
Yeah, Kaiser is currently on Chrono Phantasma. Another friend of the channel, Lunkrid, is on the final game, Central Fiction. We broadly enjoy it so far, them less so than me, mainly because of Chrono Phantasma.
Yeah.
But it has its grade points, which Kaiser will get to eventually.
Those were all
eventually. The first act is a fucking yap sesh. Speaking of yap sessions, though.
Yeah, so basically he's strong arming his buddy into giving him information he shouldn't be able to get access to.
Yes.
I've played all of these games front to back. I play CF like online. But yeah. Meanwhile, yeah. Speaking of strong army, yeah, that's going on. It's like, hey, isn't this bad practice? Like you teaming up with Journo, especially because I'm not allowed to story.
Well, Orange
Yeah,
Man, if my Patreon gets to 1,000, I'm going to do the movie Bob challenge.
Oh yeah, there's that.
There's always that.
So yeah, he can't write a story about it, but he does so anyway. Let's see, Shiki mayoral election. So one of the representatives is going to. They're tailing him right now. Ano, I think his name is, and he's picking up another lady. Off the street.
Hideaki?
No,
It's with one N, I think.
Listen, things have changed ever since he wrote. He's gotten a lot more attention ever since he broke out with Shin Kamen Rider. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, it wasn't Shin Godzilla.
No.
Well, Shin
I don't think
Godzilla
it's
came
different.
first. Shin Kamen Rider, I think, is his most recent thing.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It was Shin Ultraman that he didn't direct, but was involved with.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
they conclude that they're not the same woman, which will be a lie later on. But they see them going into this restaurant, and they suspect, and she leaves with a different person, so they suspect it's likely political prostitution in order to get votes.
Yeah. Side note, when I was watching this with Kaiser, especially because I started getting more into car stuff recently, around the time I was getting a new car, I started noticing, oh wow, they have bootleg Mercedes and Porsches in here because I doubt most anime can afford to like directly just have the branding there, but you can easily tell what they're supposed to be.
Actually,
Right.
interestingly, I learned the other day that most of the branding, it's not like you need permission to show brands in your show. It's actually the
bear
other
me
way
real quick.
around. It's more that they don't want to give free advertisement away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why companies
Yeah,
don't
no,
allow
this one
that to
basically
happen.
does.
I find that very interesting. 'Cause it's like I did not know that.
Huh. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, they go into all this, and they eventually decide we're gonna, split up. Fumio, will take the girl. You take all this other stuff. I have to okay. Oh yeah, Kaiser's deafened right now. We're stuck. We're stuck now.
Kaiser?
Uh-oh.
Kaiser?
Yes, I guess he had to be called in for something, so he's deafened right now, and I
Oh.
can't get in.
Okay, well, as long as it's happening. For those of you who don't know what the movie Bob challenge is, because people were asking, Periodic Piece of that challenge got a new format, but no, I don't know. Open image in new tab so I can center it. Nope, that's the wrong thing. There it's screen. So this is the challenge, roughly speaking, which is if you finish this tray in 90 minutes, could you do it? And it's
Sorry, one of my folks needed to borrow my charger.
it's four double
Gotcha.
cheeseburgers,
Yes.
4 double cheeseburgers, 20 chicken nuggets, 2 large fry, and 4 large drink.
Damn.
That's the challenge as it currently stands, and it's called that because Bob Chipman said this absolutely ridiculous thing about it.
Yep.
It's just how we celebrate 75 episodes.
Let's
With-
go!
Yeah, with movie Bob challenges, Twi's computer being out, and us getting stuck whenever Kaiser has to run off.
Yep. I mean,
Like,
that's
and-
normal Jack
Can't get in
stuff.
the cast.
All right. Look, I'm not supposed to listen. My folks needed a charge, okay? I can't
Yeah,
just
fair
ignore them.
enough.
There's a new one that's co-op. They made a co-op version of
The
it.
co-op?
What?
What?
Yo, a co-op challenge? What the fuck? So they take one half and the other person takes the other half?
Dude, the movie
Dang.
Bob
I feel like
Challenge
that
sounds like a
beats the point
normal
of the
Texas meal
challenge.
on a Tuesday. That is not at all a normal Texas meal on a Tuesday.
No. God,
Unless
no.
you Texans are just built different, I don't know.
This
It
is a
adds extra
challenge that
fries
you
and
see on an
doubles the
episode of a regular
nuggets.
show.
Oh god, the extra fries is the one that gets me.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Ugh.
Hey, moving on, they're tailing them, and they both Fumio and Zen decide to separate because Fumio needs to track the woman. All right, he needs to find the lady.
This will end
one of the
disastrously.
right. So he saw that they enter a particular hotel, and it's very clear again some coercion is going on. And Fumio really wants to do something about it, but Zen is all like, "Listen, we'll get them, okay? That moment where they say, 'Ladies and gentlemen, we got them,' that's gonna be us, all right? We gotta hold off a little bit." So later on, they find, I believe, another route to. They just trail the lady when she goes home from where she was, and they're sending texts back and forth with each other.
Then he gets a big text wall, and it
Yeah.
does not look good.
Yeah, text walls and you think text walls in Discord are bad? Wait until you see this. So Zen tracks Fumio down to his last location from his phone. He goes into the room, and what he sees is Fumio hanging from a rope.
Yeah, 'cause
Oh.
basically that text was basically like, "Hey, thanks for all the time we've been working together." Like the kind of thing you'd see when someone is basically being like, "Hey, I'm gonna kill myself now." It's like, "Thanks for all the time." Like, yeah, like thanks for all and thanks for everything. You
It's a
know,
suicide note.
all the years we spent.
Yeah.
You just get that out of nowhere. That's probably very concerning. So he rushed over there, and yeah, he's hanging. What appears to be another suicide has taken place, and he is very convinced that no, this was the man got Epsteined.
Should I
He
give
did
more
not
supers?
kill
I have money
himself
to
actually
burn.
when he was hanging.
If they come with no strings attached, you got me for a little bit of Batwoman, man. I don't know if I can
Yeah.
handle
Oh my god.
more than that. I've been really busy. That's the unfortunate thing is I have a lot on my plate, so it's more my time consumption that I'm worried about than anything.
Listen,
Yeah.
if you choose to donate a little more, you can get me to review something on my channel as well.
By the way, this is how the episode ends. Like, pretty much all this has been set up, and then BAM! Our partner has just seemingly committed suicide.
Yeah, he just
Seemingly committed suicide. Oh,
yeah.
Seemingly, yes. Obviously, the main character is not convinced. He very much thinks that, oh no, they got him.
Right.
and of course they off like the character with the more interesting character design. Because it's not often that you get characters with like wavy hair.
Bowen
Yeah.
got him.
Last bad media suggestion for today. So leveling her, that's one of the worst power fantasies out there. Nowhere near. Like I understand that, like, okay, it got too much overhype, but it's like it's not exactly its fault.
I enjoy
Like,
all
it's
the
a high
Sweet Home
bonus
Alabama
R.
jokes coming out of it.
Yeah, that's
Either get stuck on like the popular bad stuff, and then he thinks that just because it's popular to shit on it, then that must mean that it's the worst out there when it really doesn't. So
It's like Sword Art Online. Like, it's
Sword Art
bad,
Online
but it's like baby's first worst anime ever.
yeah.
well, I mean, yeah, I
I'd
wouldn't
say
get
it was
that.
fucking trash, but not like 0, 1 out of 10 bad.
I bet
Yeah.
these people have never even seen Boku no Pico.
They've never
Thank God they didn't, Raymond. Thank God.
They've never seen Handshakers. Hell, they've never even seen Ruby Volume 5. That's a 2.
They never heard.
I still have not seen Ruby Volume 5. I have seen some of Boku no Pico. Never again, please.
Were you dare to like I was, Twy?
I think so. I think I was.
Yeah, I lost a bet, and that's why I had to watch it.
I am clean. I've never seen it.
Well, we know who we're
Don't.
strapping to the
Yeah,
chair.
don't do that. Nah. But yeah, Soul Leveling isn't even like bad, really. It's just very basic.
I've heard that it is mid as hell, but you
Yeah.
know, got the hype moments at Aura that got season 1 to win the Crunchyroll award as Giga's
Yeah.
soul dies live on stage.
Yeah, as bad as it was, like, I don't think it really. Again, I wouldn't say that it's its fault because it never gave the impression it wanted to be anything else.
Unlike this
I-
show.
Sean Fuldark, why are
still-
you admitting that? Why would you want to, like, you volunteered yourself to get Clockwork Orange on Boku no Pico. Why did you do
What
that?
the what?
Well, if you're going to
Oh.
Clockwork Orange some people, well, I'm on that list too, down for that show. Why would you say that? You don't want to be on that list.
Hey, is it better or worse than being a Clockwork Orange for Shoujo Ramune? Only Kaiser.
What is
Wait,
Shoujo
I
Ramune?
know that one. I think I know that one.
It's because some guys we know decided to Clockwork Orange themselves for that one.
Yeah, I didn't watch it because
Neither
I heard
did
it was
I.
really weird.
That is scuffed as hell.
I will just say I won't give a lot of shows credit just because they know what they are. It's like just because you know that you're garbage doesn't mean that I'm going to say that it's okay for you to be garbage.
Oh
You're still
no!
garbage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in Solo Leveling's case, I wouldn't really say that's that garbage anyway.
Oh, so
Well,
did I
yeah.
miss something? Let's say worst mecha anime and worst anime about conflict? Where is that? They're not. What anime are they talking about for those worst mecha? I mean, because worst mecha anime, you'd have to be mentioning for Devadasi or Darling in the Franxx or Brain Powered.
Okay, I am an avid defender of Franks up until the Switch.
I to this day I don't know how people found the anime to be even like above passable for the first 15 episodes. But I agree, it got way.
Yeah.
Well, I will find that out once we actually get to that because it is on the list for
Yep.
Raymond and I
Oh
to
my!
watch.
What? Oh, I forgot you put that on the
Oh.
list. What?
But yeah, Frank's is bad, but then it becomes like a 1 to 2 out of 10 by the end. Kind of like this show.
Okay,
Let's
all
get
right.
to
no, we were
episode 2.
taking the hint. We'll get back to it.
Yeah. So, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching the best episode of the series.
This is where the director, Kiyotaka Suzuki, who, by the by, actually was also the director for Fully Cooley Alternative. So, the second best Fully Cooley.
Derogatory.
Yeah, the second best Fully Cooley, even though, let's be real, there's only one competitor, and that's the original.
Yeah.
But yeah, he really gets to flex his muscles in this episode especially.
Yep. Yeah, that's a bad sign. We'll get to that. But yeah, this is the best episodes.
I am an avid. I can defend Fully Cooley Alternative. I actually do think it is legitimately decent. I enjoy it more than Fully Cooley proper.
Progressive.
It's just that no, progressive is dog shit though.
Yeah.
Alternative is actually solid. It's just that obviously original is better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fully Cooley Alternative is made by Jerry Freeman.
Weren't all of them? Wait, weren't all the sequels?
That's a deep cut for anyone that's in the Ruby fandom.
I
so.
got it, man.
I don't. I don't know what that means.
Okay, I'll explain it later. But anyways, so we start off the episode with flashback of Fumio, with his much more interesting character design, asking Zen, what does it mean to be a prosecutor? And he says, it's about protecting people. And it's him reflecting on that now that he is gone. And we go through all the hoops with the funeral, meeting his parents, and Zen's being asked by Chief Morinaga if Fumio would willingly take their own life, and he says no. and
Yeah.
you can see that
Like
he
there are
is.
no signs of it. There were no signs of any depression or anything. It kind of just came out of nowhere. Why would he kill himself? So of course he's like,
Also,
yeah, he was set up
like,
obviously, clearly.
also, like, why would you just randomly go kill yourself while on the job? That's
Yeah,
if you legitimately want to go kill yourself, it's usually like when you don't think that anyone is going to find you for a while so that you can actually get it done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, you don't like it already it stands out to me as like they sent this message to him to try and be like, oh, he sent a dying message. That seems like a really stupid move from
Right.
from anyone that's going to fake this, because not only do you not know the current circumstances of what this guy is doing in your location, but like you don't know his relationship with any of these people. For all you know, you're sending it to someone he had just met. So, like, what is the plan here? You're just making
Yeah.
yourself look. You're highlighting how weird and suspicious this is.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
because there were no. The odd thing
There
though
was
is
no
that
signs
like
of
the last
struggle.
time. Yeah, no. So all signs point to he killed himself. It's just that naturally the main character's not going to believe it because why would he do that? There were no signs of that or anything.
And no,
Right.
prosecutors are all about winning a case, no matter who it is. Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. Then they got the girl and are interrogating her, and that's when we get to the show really cooking. 'Cause,
Yes.
my God, these scenes they're intercut with what actually happened that they're talking about, but they're so oppressive. We got the hard like 2.35 by 1 letterboxing aspect ratio of the interrogation scenes, and everything about this woman that's being interrogated, everything about the presentation is meant to make you feel uncomfortable around her. She is a red flag incarnate. The way she speaks, like her dialogue choices, everything is designed to get under the audiences and especially Zen's skin. She is
Yeah.
an unsettling human being
In
who
fact, okay.
Orange Man, I will do a flip if you spend $50.
But yeah, the way they cut between everything, a lot of extreme close-ups on like on her face, usually being partly cut off to further sell how uncomfortably claustrophobic it is to just be around her right now, as she's just waffling about in the most off-kilter way possible and trying to basically be the annoying kind of person who decides to take everything you say to test it to its logical extreme and
Yeah.
compare it to something else you say to try to test that to its logical extreme to try to test a contradiction.
Yeah, so she's using debate bro tactics on them. So
Like,
this
oh,
is
do you believe life is good? Do you believe killing is bad? Do you believe? What about in this scenario?
yeah. So this is Emiko, one of the people that they were that got caught on camera earlier. And they are just interrogating her at the very start. And she's playing coy with some of the questioning, and you can kind of tell in this particular moment here when he asks if this is your real name, they cut away with her voice slightly off, not really distorted, but they changed the what's the word? I guess the pitch of the voice to kind of indicate that this is a clear lie, and that'll be hinted at much later soon. But we flash back to a couple days earlier, with Zen and Kujin talking about how
You Fumino?
Fumino died. I almost said Fumina, but that's from Gundam Build Fighters.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Fumio. Never mind. Yeah, 'cause, like again, why would he? There's obvious doubt there. Oops, I accidentally hit my mic. Sorry.
Oh god. But yeah, they're looking over all of the evidence so far. They found something very peculiar and they found that the apartment that this lady is staying at is under the name of some guy named Fukuyama.
Is that Sabrina from Pokemon?
What?
Does look like her,
She
doesn't
does
it?
kind of look like her a little bit.
You guys are fucked. You can't fight that.
Nah, no way. How can you arrest that?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yo, honestly, with how big her cans are in this shot, maybe that's where she's hiding the Pokeballs, man. I don't know.
But yeah.
So yeah, it's
they do
under
this cycle
this-
2 more times. They go uncomfortable investigation to all right, what they're actually talking about. Back to that, and it just gets more and more
Yeah,
as
it's
we
an
talk
interesting.
about what actually transpired in the investigation that led to her being questioned.
Yeah, it's a really cool through line here. So he found that this Fukuyama guy is, of course, a part of the party of Nomaru's candidacy. Let me see. Well, actually, they theorized it was Nomaru, but they actually found that Fukuyama is a part of this Itsuki guy's group, who is the
Kaika
youngest
Itsuki.
person. Yeah,
He
who's like the
will be-
youngest person in the candidacy, and he'll be very important. Let's see.
There's that. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he will be. There will be an important relation involving this character we're investigating as well.
Yeah, and the women that they send over, including this one, are seemingly being passed around by members of these two candidates' parties. So
They're working
Uh,
together vaguely
yeah.
for some reason. We don't know why yet. We don't know what the end goal is until later.
Right. Oh, and you get this really interesting imagery where as they talk about the house, we cut to some images of like shoes on the front porch
The
and women
Genkan,
being
yeah.
around. Yeah. And we see a bunch of shoes going on right here. And what the implication is there. I don't know, maybe you're in the Foot Locker. You guys decide.
The implication is that this is just the underdesk of the average office worker woman.
Yeah.
I am not shitting you. I used to work as a janitor, and almost always, like, half the women would have just piles of shoes that they would have to wait. They would wear for different occasions in the office under their desks, and you had to like clean around them. It was really grody.
Yeah, including freaking chanclas in case someone acts up. All right. Let me see. So we cut back to the investigation, and Zen is asking Emiko, was her relationship with this Ano guy?
And then eventually he gets to like, did you have like did you have sexual relations with that man? And she
Yeah.
just laughs. He's like, is that okay for an investigator to ask? Like, is that proper? But then he's like, well, actually, no. Was it this or the next scene?
No,
where
it's the next one, because
Okay.
this one he's just trying to work up to ask, what did you do in the 23rd? So the first flashback scene was in the 22nd, but now we're jumping a little bit ahead to the 23rd. This guy isn't important. I think he's only gonna be relevant for this episode. But they got this some computer details in Ano's computer, or Inova's computer, I believe.
Yeah, this guy, he's kind of like a background character. Well, not background, like a tertiary. Hear from occasionally throughout the next several episodes, getting more and more details on like the investigation, forensic.
Yeah, and he finds something that's, of course, under a strong encryption, so they're gonna have to crack it a little later.
It'll take a couple
And-
weeks, he says.
Yeah, and we see Nomaru on TV again talking about the Shiniki development, and also we see Itsuki as well. So kind of strongly just imposing the fact that like, okay, there's a connection between them and we gotta find out what.
And there, just make sure I'm following this clearly because there's a lot of names being thrown around. Those two are opposite parties, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, these two are seemingly opposite parties.
But they're
But-
connected
Along with
by
like
this
several
weird
other
sex ring.
candidates who are less important.
Yeah. What'd you say, Raymond?
But they're connected by this sex ring.
Yes.
Yes, among other things.
Yeah, because it seems like they're also involved with the whole Agra case as well. Let me see.
Kind of confused already.
Okay.
Big
don't
political
worry.
man
It's
1, big political man
Yeah.
2, sex ring. There, problem
Yeah.
solved.
Sex
There you
ring
go.
may be involved with the pharmaceutical fuckery too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That this all started from.
Yeah, that'll totally stay relevant as we keep going.
And then the third candidate turns out to be a red panda girl. I don't know what that's a reference to. As Sean Foldark made that reference. I don't know what that's a reference to.
Okay.
I feel like we need our own like freaking pin board to try and track what's happening.
Oh, that might be really good.
Oh, don't worry.
Grab
You're
a
gonna have to
notebook.
don't worry. Most of those pins will stay on the board. Well, like,
Yeah, they'll never really connect or get resolved throughout all of this, which is the frustrating part of it, because this episode especially does a really good job, like, beginning to weave them together, at least.
yeah. Yeah, you know, they decide, all right, we're gonna have to go to this golf course. That's where they've been found. So we have to go to a golf course to try to find them, and like this hotel. We have to stay at this hotel.
Izanagi, the reference is Agresco,
Yeah,
and
Agresco.
why do I have a bad feeling this is a big issue with the show? It gets way too bloated in plot lines that don't pay off.
Ding 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 ding. Thank you
Well.
thank you for the yellow super, and you're kind of right. The more we start off already kind of expanding the scope, it will get way more expanded later to a really bad degree. Just wait until the second stream where we talk about Act 3.
Oh, it's the Donkey Kong meme. It's...
Yeah, we're on this investigation. This is around the time where she just really starts getting under Zen's skin.
Yeah, this is where the hey, did you have sexual relations comment actually happened.
Yeah.
And you see this sort of disturbed shot where after Emiko starts laughing, the guy, is supposed to be typing the conversation, stops for a moment just because what the fuck? And she's like, aren't you gonna type that in?
Yeah, and at this point we're getting several cuts, like to extreme close-ups of her eyes, some of her mouth opening as well, and a lot of like at least one shot up looking at her breast area, because like again this is basically the quote-unquote whore of Babylon. They're not going to directly spell that out, but well, yeah, this is the red flag woman who is going to be responsible for a lot, as we've already kind of demonstrated.
All right.
The
So,
Orange
as
Man,
they
this
are-
requires more philosophy. Also, this goes towards Batwoman, FMK, Dragon Girl, Wolf Girl, aliens. Also, never fear, the white man is here. Could you invite that literature devil on these streams? I'd love to see you go back and forth. FMK, Dragon Girl. Oh, fuck, Mary, kill, Dragon Girl, Wolf Girl, Alien Girl.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Eh.
Fuck Wolf Girl, marry Dragon Girl, kill Alien Girl. What about you guys? And of course, we can gender bend it for Twy.
And I'm assuming all of these girls are of age.
in their species, yes.
In their species. I don't
In
want
their
a freaking
species.
5,000-year lolly situation, Raymond, okay?
Oh, bro. We can't have that. We can't catch a case. Depending on how things go, they catch a case.
I was gonna say, a free rent is gonna get arrested for going with us.
Oh my god. Good.
Well, no, because it's like it's meant to be based off of your species' relative age
Adulthood.
differentials. So like if even though like would a wolf girl have dog years or would they have human years? Because if it's dog years, then she'll be a full grown adult at like 12 months of age. But she'll only live for like maybe 13 years, but you know.
Celtic
Oh,
plot
no.
twist: the alien girl is the Xeno from Alien. Good.
No!
Kill it!
Yeah.
Fucking kill it!
Yeah, just kill that with fire. Holy shit.
Oh man.
This makes me wonder, Kaiser, do ages apply to Reploids? Oh, we're asking the deep questions now.
For questions about Reploids and artificial life forms, the answer is probably not. Maybe. Very depends.
I actually have talked about that with my friend with our Digimon Mega Man crossover roleplay.
Oh, right.
And the answer is depends on what the age the robot was programmed to be.
Yeah, I was about to say, because Mega Man X was built to be at least around like late teens, early 20s age, and so is Zero.
But then regular Mega
that
Man
sounds
was
about
built to
right.
be around like what, 10, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we go by what they're basically biologically meant to be. Yeah.
Bedroom Party Old Grudges Part 3. Teddy Bear Paladin. Our cub and Mean Cum were oft bullied for their love of plushies. Then Mean Cub decided to wearing the bully's boot was better than receiving it. She turned her back on our cub. No!
Also, you said Mean Cum.
Also,
Our cub and Mean Cum.
Also, blank canvas. No. Navel gazing. That is not what I mean by navel. It is basically imagine an excessive amount of like self-reflection and self-study that it could delve into narcissism. The point is because I do think about like I do self-reflect a lot about things like, and that's where that comes from. Weirdly enough, I actually got that term from Bennett the Sage.
Oh
I
my
mean,
god, that's a
navel
name I have
gazing
not
is
heard
a
in so
common
long.
thing. It wasn't developed by anyone like recently.
I just call it yeah. And of course, since I do it so much, that's why I call myself Serial Navelgazer, like serial killer.
Yeah. Also, I didn't answer this. Could you invite Literature Devil on these streams? I would love to have him on. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't know what we got to find a good topic and then somehow get in contact with him.
Yeah,
so.
like the reason why we had Ant on was because we were criticizing his video. After I guess like we kind of discussed that, we kind of interacted with him on Twitter a little bit, and then Raymond managed to get in contact with him and he agreed to come on the show. So it was like a whole thing in the background. But
yeah, I just realized a thing about the whole age discussion we could have brought up because we just finished watching Wakfu is Yugo.
Yes, Yugo.
Yugo, who's a very complicated character in that regard, who actually struggles with the fact that he is technically like in his 20s and yet he still looks like a 12-year-old.
Yes. Like he mentally is an adult, but physically he is still a child. And by the time he would have aged to physically look like an adult, his love interest would be long dead in the dirt, because he's a dragon. He is a human dragon, so he will live for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. His age progression is incredibly slow. The only reason why he was able to get with his love interest is because literal centuries of his life had to be like taken from him in order for him to age.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds tragic.
Was Mega Man originally a reference to Astro Boy? Probably.
I wouldn't be surprised. They're a decade or two apart from each other.
Could you say the
several decades?
Mutation in Superman voice?
What?
I don't know what you're referring to, Orange Man.
Kaiser, do you think we'll actually even be able to get to part 2 at this rate, like to Act 2? We're at episode 2. We have
There are a lot.
We have
There
5 more
have been a
episodes
lot
we
of
were meant to get
chats.
to.
There have been a lot
Memorize
of super
fast
chats
ways.
this time around.
Yeah, true.
Right, I'll be right
Alright.
back, but you guys keep going. I'm listening.
Okay, sure. So yeah, they found this chick because she was in a golf course that was frequented by several members of these 2 differing political parties. And we cut back to the interrogation room.
Oh yeah, we get sepia tone for whenever they're actually talking about what goes on in there, and horizontal letterboxing just to further sell the deal. So yeah, we have orange sepia
Yeah.
tone, horizontal letterboxing on those, while in the interrogation it's like stark blue with usually vertical. Yeah. This is horizontal. The other one was vertical letterboxing.
Does this matter?
And 4:3 aspect ratio.
Does this matter?
Technically, only in the sense of, again, just showing just how uncomfortable everything is supposed to be, especially because she directly also talks in some of those scenes to further muddy the waters of what actually happened, because she's like, all right, yes, now let's say I did. Would that even be wrong?
Yeah.
Because, again, it's all for for the purpose of creeping us, and especially Zen out, and sort of being super roundabout to the point of just like really pissing him off.
Yeah. And then we go on to the 24th, which is him just asking to go forward with the interrogation. And then we fast forward now to the 25th at the tail end of it.
It's like, all right, we're gonna get her confession, and she basically does a very conditional confession where it's like, all right, if you tell me a bit about yourself. So like, what is your occupation? Like, what are your wife and kids? How old are you? Yeah, all that, like, very personal, invasive questions that he is very hesitant, especially at first, to give out.
Yeah, the
But it's
power
like,
dynamic
way.
just dramatically shifts as a result of this conversation.
Yeah. Like, she is casing the house hard right now.
Right. And she gets in a bit of the political stuff that will be a part of the main focus of the series, just setting up this sort of cat and mouse thing that they have between them.
She wants to be like the Joker to his Batman, of like, yeah, oh, I'm the evil one, you're the good one, you're like a very good person, your name, your characters basically amount to all like good and justice, good life and all that stuff. I forget the specifics.
Yeah,
Whereas she's like, oh, is it really, are all these things like murder and all that stuff really bad? And she's like, of fucking course it is. What is wrong with you if you're even asking that? Like, and just like, yeah, going full debate bro, yeah, trying to take his ideas to the logical extreme while trying to find contradictions, exceptions, just to get under his skin.
Right.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The Orange Man said, can you read the quotation in a Superman voice, the one that he said in his super chat? Never fear, the white man is here. Is that what you want to hear? You guys clip that and use that against me now? Is that what the goal is?
Dude, just clip that and soundbite it for the
rest. Oh man, I watched Sinners yesterday, and in that case, no, very much fear the white man is here.
I still need to see that movie.
This is a much better movie than this is as a show.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about that movie, surprisingly.
Fucking amazing.
But yeah, we just go to the tail end of Emiko just wearing Zen down. And while he was away from the room for a bit, they found that she is just suddenly gone, and the other guy in the room is just completely dazed.
Oh.
Yeah.
So she's got like some hypnosis shit going on.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something like
it's
that.
a lot worse than you think. It's a lot stupider than you think.
Yep. Zen's all like, fuck. So
she just like rips open her shirt and it's like, look at my titties, and then just like the guy just stares at him like, oh. And she walks out.
Well,
Oh, God,
given
this-
what they were trying to illustrate during the interrogation, which is that she's kind of a purposeful seductress person.
total femme fatale, if you will.
Yeah,
That comes into very uncomfortable ways in episode 5.
right. So they decide to have this meeting with some of the other police force in light of the fact that Zen could really get the confession out of Emiko to get further evidence. So they kind of have to work with what they got. And then at the end of the episode, they see who is in the meeting, and they realize that Nomaru is actually in bed with the investigation team.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Was the reveal about
yeah.
this woman in this episode or the next, by the way, Kaiser?
Wait, what did you say?
Was the reveal about the specifics with this girl in this episode or the next?
Well, this
No, I
episode's
think it's the
basically
next.
over. So,
Yeah, it's in the next. That wasn't revealed in this one.
Okay.
should you subscribe? I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to subscribe. If you like the content on the channel, go ahead. There's no harm in it.
Yeah,
Why would you have to ask that?
Yeah, do you typically give away $150 to people you don't like? Like, come on, man, you gotta make it special.
If you like us, subscribe to us. It's only natural.
All
It
right.
is only natural. I don't know why. Just like I got mad Palpatine vibes from that.
Oh wait, yeah. So not only that, they also he is a member of the. So yeah, at this point, Zen sounds like he's had the worst time.
Yeah.
Partner seemingly killed himself, and now we learn his boss is basically in bed with the guy they seemingly were trying to nab, and they're like, "All right, I'm going to explain myself."
Yeah.
And that's what happens at the start of this. And it basically amounts to, yeah, I orchestrated not what happened with Zen. That's not on us. But everything that's going on, yeah, this whole experimental thing, we're going to set it up so that Itsuki wins. Because, he's the younger candidate. He's the more charismatic. He'll be the one that, he's the best guy to usher in a revolution for this experimental new nation with a grander purpose.
Yeah.
And we're doing a lot of legal stuff, and you're basically going to have to be complicit in it. We're not going to force you, but you either work with us in all of this, or you don't. Pick your poison.
Right. So that's why all the pharmaceutical stuff and buying votes from trading groups and construction companies with the sex ring had came around. It's so that they would be able to win that election. So Zen is obviously not so zen right now, and we cut to the intro. We see here that Itsuki is he is rising in the approval ratings, and he's more likely to win, it seems. And Zen is just even more frustrated because they don't even know what caused Fumio to kill himself. That's still just hanging in the air there. So Nori not fuck. You know what I mean.
You walked right into that one.
Okay. I mean, at least I can walk at all. Apparently, he can't.
Scroll down. You're showing the perfectly legal site name.
Yeah, the perfectly legal site name. My bad. So they're all like, "Hey, in light of that aspect, you can keep going. And we're not going to stop you if you're going to keep looking into the candidates here. But don't expect to have a very good time with it." So yeah, that's basically it. And, he's still holding on to Fumio's ID just as a constant reminder of what he needs to do. So,
And things are about to get a whole lot worse very quickly. And especially later. Because, yeah, they're still doing discussions. Eventually he's like, yeah, I will continue tackling this case. Mainly to try to get to the heart of what happened to my guy.
Right. Oh, Teddy Bear Paladin lore.
Yeah, Philosopher Teddy. The crux of our rebellion was not merely a matter of tolls. Balinor law was first and foremost for the pleasure and the comfort of unicorns, the rest made to obey under.
Whoa.
Yeah, it checks out.
Also, I can now hear what's being said. Can you just, not hear us for the first section of streams?
Wait, what?
Because,
Wait, what?
It is, the second or third stream in a row where he's like, now I can hear you guys. I guess you just have us muted until a certain time?
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, if we weren't being heard just in general, then somebody would have said something.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I think he mutes us. He puts us up, but puts us Wednesday is game night with a dear friend. Okay.
Oh, okay. Got it.
That makes sense then.
Down with Balinor! Yeah, we're getting more people online.
Down with Balinor!
Yeah!
Yeah, unicorns suck anyway. More of a Pegasus guy. I'm more of a Pegasus guy. I don't know about y'all.
Pegasus is my goat.
Same
for Galaxy Pegasus.
Kaiba boy. Anyway, so Zen agrees to basically move forward with the suicide cases at the very least. And of course, he tells his buddy Kujin about the developing nation thing and the conspiracy. So he's just trying to find a way to sort of just weigh in further on this. First is that Inaba committed suicide because he couldn't tolerate doing the bad things Nomaru asked him. They're basically theorized as to why Inaba killed themselves with the anesthesia machine. Let's see. And we cut later to Zen being invited by Morinaga to this meeting with all the conspirators here, including Itsuki.
Yeah. I will actually check something really quick on this.
Okay.
While you do that.
Yeah,
no,
they called
over here. Like, oh, what the fuck is Discord doing?
Yeah, they call this whole collaboration the Shiniki Initiative. With them just propping up Itsuki in order to foster new laws in that part of the nation.
Thank you for the compliment, Orange Man. That's very flattering. I just wish I could give you more for what you're throwing at me. That's always it. I don't know what I can do extra. It's like I'm so busy. So you're like, oh, I want you to watch these things. I would love to, but I don't get the time. I have so much else I need to get done.
Yeah, so many things to fix, not enough time to fix them.
So yeah, he's gonna retrace all of his footsteps, get to everything. Yeah. Yeah, we got to see it. We're here, and he's like, this Itsuki guy. He's such a perfect guy. It's very unsettling, just how good and perfect this guy is.
Yeah, seemingly very squeaky clean, very I guess earnest kind of about their goal.
Then with the instant we meet him, he feels like a fucking sociopath.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that just every politician?
Very cold and uncanny.
Yeah, he just reaches out to shake his hand menacingly.
So yeah.
What was that way to describe it? Sociopath.
Sociopath.
Oh, he's saucy.
Well, I was thinking he's a sociopath, but he's got Arby's special sauce dripping from his lips all the time.
Yeah.
No, this guy got the sauce. He's not sauceless. Look at him. Just look at him. This man,
Yeah,
He
yeah.
definitely got
For
it
the
wrong.
artist, use this image, okay?
Yeah.
And it's still a better character design than the main character.
Also, yeah, you were right. The reveal is right after this.
Yeah, right after this.
So, the forensics guy, he was like, all right, so I validated. I thought there was an error of some kind, and so yeah, we rerouted everything. We found out that yeah, there might be a bit of a measurement error, but yeah, he after getting in contact with this girl, he very quickly went to his residence. But yeah, the security camera for Inaba's apartment. And that yeah, she was probably acting alone. And after he talked with the guy he was initially doing this with. They're like, these two girls are the same. The long
Oh yeah,
girl,
the blonde hair girl and the black hair girl, yeah, they're the same woman.
yeah, completely different, like hairstyles and everything, different eyes. Yeah. They're the same. They're the same woman. They just look completely differently. But it's not even a disguise. He says it's not just some disguise. It's like she could just. They're just the same people.
She's just
she can
Mystique.
completely change everything.
She's just Mystique for real, yeah.
We never learn what that actually means. She's just so good at that stuff that she can basically practically just transform her body at will almost. It's like borderline supernatural.
Oh,
she has a
that would make sense. Well, because like it doesn't make sense, but like for this to be a realistic show, but still have like supernatural elements to it, a lot of people in Japan do think that supernatural stuff is real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
just
there
have
is
a
that.
lot of anime and manga that are completely just regular, down to earth slice of life, and then you'll just have like random ghost shit just happen in the manga.
Yeah, like that's why I kind of thought that the show was going in an okay direction even with this reveal, because I see this chick. I thought this chick was gonna be the Johann Liebert from Monster, but with tits, basically. This serial killer chick, who's able to like manipulate anybody, fool anybody. But with Johann, there feels like way more of a rhyme or reason of how he is able to manipulate people. With this chick, as we'll find out later, it's basically magic. Like just no explanation as to how. Like that's just how it is.
That's basically the explanation for her everything, pretty much. It's just that's just how she is. She's just built different, and by different we mean wrong. She's just built wrong fundamentally, and that allows her to do everything she's doing, intentionally and not.
Interesting.
Yeah. Between you at Literature Devil, Almighty Lolly,
The loading crew, It's a Gundam, and a few others I feel genuine in my spending.
Oh, that's
Thank
a lot
you.
of bad names. It's a lot of bad names. Especially It's a Gundam.
I've seen a few of like all my Lolly's vids. I don't know. For most part, he seems all right.
I haven't actually heard much about him. It's just that what the fuck name? It's a Gundam though. Yeah, no, he's sketch. But anyway,
it's been a while since I've seen most of their content, if I even know them to begin with.
I have not really seen Literature Devil much. At most, like I think I saw like bits and pieces of his My Adventures with Superman one. He wasn't too bad. He's not really my kind of cup of tea though, personally.
Yeah, I don't think that he's my cup of tea either, but like it's I don't know, it's kind of strange because like the last time that I really thought about Literature Devil was our reaction to Ant's video, and it's yeah, I remember watching one of his videos and I remember not liking it, but at the same time, like I'm not gonna stand for somebody like just talking shit about this content creator that I don't know anything about without any kind of evidence is just like,
Yeah.
this guy is doing this. It's like, well, show me.
Yeah,
Like
like, this
he
guy and a whole
bunches.
bunch of these other mainly chuds are lying to you, and it's like, at most you could argue
Are
that
they?
this guy is just wrong about a piece of media.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
is
no,
entirely
I
fucking
saw you guys break down that vid in huge detail, and then, of course, eventually...
huge.
So one of the there's like a couple of people in my Discord that aren't like guests for Jacked. I actually have people who like my content, which is wild to me. But one of the people there said that Ant made a new bad video and asked us to check it out. I don't
Oh,
know
right. It's the one
if
on I think they said the one on Mauler that he made. I haven't seen that
Oh,
yeah.
did he? Okay.
I
Oh,
don't
boy.
know if or when we should ever cover that, but
Him
just
and Mahler,
putting that out there.
Yeah, is that the objective critics are, like, lying to themselves one that involves
Yeah, I
Mahler,
think that's the
H.
one.
Palmer guy?
Yeah, that's the one.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Oh, man,
the
I just
most
hope it
I
doesn't
heard
lead to
about
another petty feud between the two, like last time.
yeah, the
Like,
most I heard. Oh god.
I find it really interesting if the criticism is objectivity in art, because like
Mhm.
there is a level of objectivity when critiquing art, but like art is inherently a very subjective medium.
Yeah.
But like I've had conversations like this before. I've had arguments like this before on
Sure.
both sides of the argument where there's like I'm pro subjectivity when talking about the art, but also there is a level of objectivity that needs to be there, or else like how can you ever say that anything is good or bad if everything is just inherently subjective?
Yeah, that's why I'm on the air on the side of, and I believe Pete's still in chat, so he'll recognize this intersubjectivity,
Yeah.
right? Where
Yeah.
even though we're talking about inherently subjective concepts, we can at least like create an internally consistent criteria.
Yeah, especially because, let's be real, as objective as we want to be, things we talk about on a theoretically objective level affect us subjectively in terms of how we weigh them, how they impact our analysis and view and judgment of a work, like inherently.
Mm-hmm.
There is no fundamentally objective like analysis in terms of trying to have an opinion on. You can just have to try to be as impartial and fair and detailed as you can.
Yeah.
Well, also there is room for somebody to make a channel just talking about their personal opinions, and
Yeah.
whether or not they say, yeah, this is objectively bad, that is still their subjective opinion. And if you get mad at them for saying, this is my opinion, this is what I think, then like that's kind of your problem, because they're not trying to say that their opinion is like the word of how all media should be. It's just
Nah.
their
It's just sharing
opinion.
their take on it. Like you
Yeah,
can,
And if they
you can
are, they're a fucking
debatably-
asshole that shouldn't be taken
It's
seriously.
more like the
And
important
usually the
thing.
people that do that are just
for-
the guys who want to debate against you. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say the important thing that I always find in it, and it gets muddled because everyone's trying to figure out how to phrase themselves better, and everyone stumbles over it. It's make an assertion, have the evidence to back it up. I assert that this story is broken. How do I assert that? Well, I assert that there's this plot point, and this plot point, that they either contradict themselves, they don't connect, they don't follow, they come out of nowhere.
Aren't properly fleshed out.
Yeah, they aren't properly fleshed out. There are any number of ways I can go about doing it, but I assert there is a criteria that I have set up, and here is how it doesn't meet those criteria, and that is why I assert it as bad. And then we can get into the deeper conversation, and I think that's really what everyone is trying to get at. At least I want to hope that everyone is trying to get at that. It's just we're all
that's what
different
makes
language
me
in different directions.
Yeah, that's what makes me a little bit interested in hearing what Ant has to say in regards to Mahler, because I feel like for the most part, at least from what I have seen, because it's been a while since I've seen his content, that Mahler at least tries to be consistent with that thesis at least. But
And
And
like,
of course, the obvious, like, while obviously not nobody does does that bad. It's like anyone who actually does try to state that their word is law, especially they're usually an asshole who should not be
Right.
yeah,
wanting to
You're
value
cutting
your
out a couple of
experience. You
times
cannot
here.
take away someone's
Okay, so that wasn't
experience
just
just
me.
because you have an informed opinion. That's not how that works.
No.
yeah.
And if
And
you
like,
let that happen, well, that's kind of on you.
Mm-mm.
like there are going to be opinions that are going to be more objective than others. Like, if you're somebody who just works at a burger flipping place, or if you're a pencil pusher or whatever, you aren't going, or if you're like working construction, like you're not going to really have an understanding of how art works or how uh, cameras work or things like that.
Yeah, things like
In
directing or
comparison to
cinematography.
somebody who is an artist who
Hmm.
works in the industry. So if there's a YouTuber or a commentator who talks with the knowledge of what they are referring to, they're going to have a more objective opinion than the guy who just has his YouTube channel as his hobby after his day job, sort of thing.
And
Yeah.
calling me out specifically. But yeah,
Well,
or
well,
alternatively, like having an opinion on a show you haven't seen versus the guy who watched every single episode probably more than once.
yeah.
Yeah.
That guy is probably gonna have a more informed opinion. Speaking of that, so the woman's real name behind all these different sightings of women involved with these political figures, her real name is I Magase.
Okay.
And they say that hey, it's partially because of her that they managed to, in large part because of her, that they managed, the Shiniki initiative managed to get so much support. So Zen and his friends kind of meet up in this coffee place. Itsuki's enjoying a fucking pancake because of course he is. He has to be
Yeah.
zesty like that.
And this won't
Um,
even be the first time he's like, "Hey, journalist, here's another officer of the law that I'm working with who is involved in this investigation about this story you cannot break, and that you had to like really, really beg a lot of your colleagues for some more information. We're best friends."
Hmm.
The Orange Man, Anthony Gramuglia. He's
Yeah.
he's another he's a different YouTube content creator.
Yeah.
We've
You know,
covered him a couple of times on here.
Yeah,
it's
he
it
does a mixture of media analysis, but also he tries to be a drama content YouTuber and also
yes.
a bit of a bit of a moral policeman.
Yeah,
It's kind of
he
interesting.
operates.
It's kind of interesting how like the Orange Man knows who Literature Devil is, but doesn't know who Ant is.
If
It's
pancakes
Yeah,
funny.
like,
if pancakes are
and
zesty,
a
what are
lot of
waffles? Waffles are sexy.
yeah, and a large
Exactly.
chunk of Ant's success does come down to the fact that he is able to do what he does on a weekly, sometimes bi-weekly if he has to, basis. Even if, of course, I do, as we've demonstrated, like that does often impact the quality of vids
He
because
is
sometimes you can
speed.
tell when
He
things are
Yes.
very
he
rough.
produces on an insane speed.
I can
Which-
commend that. I could never replicate that myself. I can't
Nah.
consistently do once a month.
It's a bit of a quality over quantity sort of thing.
Yeah.
Quantity over quality, a little bit vice versa. That was kind of the whole point of him coming on and us talking about his video and him admitting that his video was rushed.
Yeah,
Princess
it's just that it
Ari
gets
the Fifth.
unfortunate when it's not just, oh, I have a bad take, but no, it's stuff like YouTubers are literally lying to you.
We have
Except,
Yeah.
oh
some
no, it's just that a lot of them are just kind of dumb, bad, and wrong.
new Teddy lore. Princess Ari the Fifth. Mother tried to create equal legislation in Balinor, but the royal parliament fought her. After the loss of father and my little sister, she didn't have the strength to fight them.
Oh damn.
Damn.
Wait, is this the first time Ari's been name dropped in the lore?
I think so. We've had Lori.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is the first
we.
time Ari's been mentioned.
Okay, sweet. Also, she has a little sister in this time instead of her brothers, right? Twy.
How bad is
Yeah,
Volume 9? I've
uh,
yet to see it despite watching all the Ruby content. On the whole, it's actually not that bad. But in context of the rest of Ruby, it doesn't really do anything.
It's bad, but it's definitely better than volumes 5 through 8. It's just that the
Definitely.
bar is south of heaven, so being
Yeah.
still really bad, it's like, okay, that's better than what we got before.
Yeah, and it's funny how the volume that has suicide is badass actually is the one that is not the worst of Ruby, surprisingly.
The
Yeah,
worst
it
thing
also
about
has
it
a
is just
huge
that
mixed
it just
message.
the worst thing about Volume 9 is that it destroys the already terrible job Volume 7 and 8 did in terms of trying to develop. The worst thing, all the is substantially worse, and there are like at least 3 things each of those 4 have done that are as bad, if not worse, than the worst thing Volume did.
I still maintain that Volume 9 would have actually been really great, and possibly it was supposed to be Volume 4.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's right. It was supposed like there was talk about how that was supposed to be Volume 4 initially.
Right, fuck, I forgot we talked about that
Oh,
when we were
really? Because
discussing
that was
that
my
Blizzard
headcanon.
video.
No, I'm pretty sure that was like this. They said this is an idea they've had for a while, and it probably got shuffled around. I'm trying to
Yeah.
think like if that was
Yeah.
confirmed or if that's just me like bleeding your head canon into mine.
I'm glad
I
it's
mean,
not Volume
possibly.
4. It would have been horrible.
It would have been
Volume 4
completely
is the only
different.
decent
It would have
one
been
we've
completely
had.
different from Volume 4. Like
Yeah, well, think about it, because like the whole reason why I think that it was meant to be Volume 4 is that, especially during the caterpillar scene, all of their problems were taking place. Those were like volumes 1 to 3 issues that they were dealing
Yeah.
with.
Oh yeah, okay.
are you a human or are you a cat? I'm sorry. Like whatever they were. That was so silly. That was just so silly.
Yeah.
It's crazy
Like,
that Received messed up on the topic of suicide not once on Ruby but also Genlock. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they went for 2 for 2 on that front.
Yeah.
Hey, Celtic,
I've heard it's substantially worse in Genlock, where like they basically actually straight up did the low tier god rant on ironically as like the last resort.
Hey, Celtic, what time do Fixing Ruby Volume 7 Episodes 1 start? Is it right after the end of Fixing Volume 6? It's like a couple of hours. It's like basically 12 to 72 hours later, roughly. It's a little nebulous, but it's not much. It's no more than like 2 or 3 days at max.
At least it's not freaking 2 months or 6 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, we're dealing with Kintaro Miura boat times on that ship.
All right. Well, back to what's going on. So basically, she's the heart of all this conspiracy. This chameleon lady.
Yeah.
Yes. Largely.
Yeah, so in here, Zen and his buddies are going over looking into Itsuki, the other the young hip mayor candidate, and trying to see if there's anything on him that they can uncover and use as evidence, but they kind of find that's very hard to do. He's pretty squeaky clean. But they did find, in regards to Magase, that there was apparently a case of her needing what was it basically needing therapy along with a bunch of group of people her age back in her middle school, but
Oh
before
yeah,
I
we'll
can
get to that with episode 5. Oh god.
yeah but before we get into that, we see we see on the news Itsuki is doing something wild. which is taking all of these random groups of people, about 60 people, on the roof of the tallest building in Shiniki,
Yeah.
and they're all just teetering on the edge.
And he's like, you know, remember how humans discovered fire? And like, it was difficult to, and we eventually managed to tame it. Now we're on the precipice of a new fire. The fire of that we must tame. Like,
That
involving
woman's
life.
neck is really long. That is a Pokemon character design right there.
Yeah.
I was
So,
about
yeah,
to
like,
say,
it
is she a
flame
Phineas and Ferb character?
Yeah, it's like, this a flame that's even hard to be controlled, a flame to be freed. We must grab the second fire. Humankind has been afraid of death until now. Law,
Oh, yeah.
religion, morality told us we should avoid death. But now it's like, no, we should accept, embrace, allow death. Starting with Shiniki's first law. Suicide is illegal. And now all of these 60 people will jump to their death.
Yep. And the reason why Zen and him are going there is because one of the people on the footage that is with all of these 60 people is the guy from the interrogation room that got dazed up by fucking Magase.
And these people, they're dying in just as much bliss as the guy with the anesthetic. They are happily jumping off to their deaths like they're just freaking like, all right, it's summer vacation, we're jumping into the river.
Yeah.
And then when he gets there, Zen sees Magase, and he's like, sees her in her normal form, recognizing the other he saw of her. And he's like, she basically just like sort of taunts him cutely and disappears. Welcome to the new world.
Yep.
Magase is connected to all of these suicides somehow.
Yeah, all of these guys just jump over like they're in a freaking anime opening. You'll see this shot in a second. Yeah, they look at
See, I would have gone for like, you know, the ending of a musical pose where you jump up in the air. Like, I would have gone for that.
Oh,
I would have gone for the Naruto pose personally.
Yeah. There is one track that plays very often during episode endings especially, that is like a really great track, but it's used every single moment where it's like, oh, and eventually it just becomes sort of distorted. You get like these sort of like train noises that just say that is for when shit goes sideways, like with the suicides, and especially what happens in episode. So yeah, the first 3 episodes, these were all released basically in like weekly batches, if I remember correctly. No, episodes 1 through 3, they were all in one go. Then 4 through 7, weekly for a little while. Then there was a break, 8 through 12 weekly.
Yeah.
Candace,
and
Mom, Phineas and Ferb are legalizing suicide. Not now, Candace. Thank you,
the funny
guys.
thing is, the new
We're gonna
season
do
came
today.
out. Oh my god, dude!
And then there's just freaking Doofenshmirtz like, yes, my suicidinator.
Yes, my anti-suicidinator.
Yeah, and like that's just Doofenshmirtz trying to do some he's not even trying to do something good. It's like this one guy who pissed him off who's all like, I really want to kill myself right now, and he's preventing it out of spite.
Yeah. He's like, my dear Mother Roger, and like, he helped a woman not kill herself, and that really got me mad because he showed me up when I was trying to win her. So now I will make this anti-suicidinator.
That's one for the freaking clips. But yeah, bad. Oh yeah, and here's like a weird and kind of underwhelming twist, which is that the F's that are on the back of that piece of paper that has all that dried blood in it, the F is strongly implied to symbolize female.
Yeah, no, like he straight up says, yeah, F is for female, and they confirm it.
So what they're saying is women are of the devil.
Yeah, I mean, he is
That
the
is
whore of
deep,
Babylon after
meaningful
all.
symbolism of this show.
Okay, but we all
Yeah,
know what
really-
it really means, which is F to pay respects.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't know how much respect Magase the Whore of Babylon shows. Like, yeah, no, legit. That's practically what they're going for, even though they won't say it.
Izanagi, what the fuck?
Well,
Why do I feel like there's a bad feeling this show will not handle the topic of suicide well? That sounds insane. I mean, already
right.
it's kind of whack.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird, kind of getting into like schlocky, pulpy territory. That becomes more apparent by the end of the second act, but at least that part is entertaining.
Yeah, like I will say that this could potentially produce like interesting questions surrounding assisted suicides and stuff like that. Especially in relation to Zen and his view of justice and whether or not these things should be allowed. But we'll see how well it handles that as we keep going.
Oh boy.
So yeah, episodes 4 through 7, we're now getting fully into the shaky cycle, and of course Zen, he will have new people to work with, and he basically has to actually work with these guys to try to get to the bottom of the suicide and take down Magase.
Yeah, because the political party that behind the old guy Nomaru, who was working with Itsuki the whole time, he did not expect a suicide law. That was not in the plan.
Yeah, and after this, Itsuki goes into hiding. So it's like, oh, we have to catch this guy and find a way to like implicate him for whatever the hell he did, while
Yeah.
also trying to deal with Magase and find out more about.
I mean, at
Yeah.
this
Both of
rate,
those
I
become
don't know
massive headaches.
what I would think as an investigator. I'd just be like, we are literally dealing with like a professional hypnotist on like a scale that's never been measured before. You have
Yeah.
convinced 60 people to jump from a fucking rooftop in bliss.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
the fuck did you do? Did you spike their
Yeah.
water or something? I would be just like, I'm not trained for this.
Yeah, like the main link they have at this point is that Magase is somehow involved in this with Itsuki. They don't know how. They don't know any of the specifics. And they're gonna try to find, all right, how do we get him arrested? Okay,
Yeah.
they go through this whole process in episode 4. It's like, all right, do we settle on, like, I don't know, aiding and abetting? We can't say he aided it legal. Best we got is abetting.
Yeah, we can't classify as a contract murder or consensual homicide, and no one pushed them off the building, obviously. But they're just
Sounds like
running
a job for
through
Scooby-Doo.
I
Oh
like
my
how
god!
it sounds like yeah. I like how they're just like bold-faced listing all these different crimes at the bottom of the screen. Like,
Yeah.
no, we
Yeah.
can't cover that in. You can't have the characters discussing that and get the information out that way. No, we have to just actually just give you the fucking law in front of you.
Right.
It's like, all right, we have an appendix in the show now.
Yeah, all that good show not tell stuff in episode 2. You wanted that more of that? Some of that good shit? Too bad. Oh shit. And then let's see. I'm going to look for evidence to encourage. Oh, it was 64 people. I don't know why they said 60.
Yeah,
people at
we have,
first.
because at the time, they said it was around 60. Now we have a definitive number.
We have
I
enough
I
people
believe
here to play Super Mario 64.
10 times.
Oh no,
over.
they didn't jump to their death. They jumped into a giant pipe that was invisible.
Someone make that edit. Just
Yeah.
Actually, oh, no, never mind. I'm not gonna elongate that joke. Okay.
I'm
Anyway.
not gonna say he's lucky too.
I believe they say in this scene exactly how many people have committed suicide ever since he passed. Oh, here we go. Let me see, and caused over 200 more to commit suicide after that. Actually, hold on.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
like, all right, ever since that happened, Japan's suicide rate is through the roof right now.
Yeah.
I was about to joke. Oh yeah, but that's just a drop in the bucket.
Well, a drop in the force specifically.
Oh, good. Thank God this was the novels were made before Logan Paul showed up.
Oh Christ!
Yeah.
So
Jesus.
Zen later
And
on.
he's gone. They can't find him.
Yeah, they can't find him. Zen talks to his journal buddy, and he looks at, the ratings of people who are for and against the law. Obviously, most people are against it, but 3.4 people support it. Percent of people, sorry. Not 3.4 people. What's a fourth of a person? No, 3.4% of people actually support the law.
Slavery laws were back in Japan. We're allowed to have a third of a person.
Remind me what this law is again?
Yeah, it's
You're
the
legalized suicide. Suicide is
Yeah.
legal
Okay.
completely.
This
just
reminds me of
completely.
Kirsch talking about sounding.
Oh
What?
God, you're kidding.
What is that?
You don't
know
want
what
to talk about
sounding
that,
is?
YouTuber. Or what is sounding? I don't know what sounding is.
I'm asking Raven. I thought you already. Anyway, never mind. I'm not gonna say further. Anyways,
What the?
let me see. So yeah, over
Whoa!
people support.
Oh, I forgot. Oh my
Why
God, I knew what that was.
Look it up?
Because I was curious.
Oh my! I
What?
told you not to do it, man.
Oh man, who the fuck is Kirsch?
She's a VTuber.
A very rancid VTuber. We don't wanna talk about her.
Okay.
Hey Raymond. Oh man. Oh, having horrified reaction. Talks about people gleefully killing themselves. Gotta keep an eye on Raymond now.
I was gonna say, let's go back talking about people committing suicide. I'm much more comfortable there.
Yeah.
Thanks, Celtic. You scared my cat. I'm sorry, I got scared. Oh,
You scared yourself.
Fuck you,
Balinor.
cat. The
Okay, we
bird
got
was
more
weird.
Teddy Bear Paladin. PAV. All the same, I could not rebel against the crown. This is Princess Ari V. All the same, I cannot rebel against the crown. I cannot reward bloodshed against Balinor's soldiers, however justified. My duty was to see them all put to the sword.
Jesus.
You know it's bad when Celtic Phoenix is scared. Yeah.
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 What the hell? I'm not looking that shit up.
I don't know what's more surprising, the fact that he didn't remember what that was, or the fact that he instantly looked it up.
No, it shouldn't be surprising that I looked it up because I am a naturally curious person, no matter how disturbed shit can get.
And
But
curiosity
yeah,
killed the cat.
Yeah, curiosity killed the bird. That's
With a stone.
Well, it scared a cat.
yeah, scared a
Curiosity
cat.
scared a cat in
But
this case.
secondly, the fact that I forgot about something that I would rather not remember shouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Oh. Meanwhile, Zen can't forget Jack, even though he'd probably rather not any of it. And now, we have a parliamentary election that's going to come next. So they have to track down this guy by then.
Yeah.
That's in like a couple weeks. This was September. That's going to be happening in October.
Yeah. So yeah, they have like a couple weeks to find this guy and actually find a way to arrest him and or reverse the law. So Zen finds out about the doctor, I believe, who had done. Actually, no, that isn't just yet. I think they're about to do that pretty soon. But before that, we get introduced to a new character forget her name.
Again?
Yes.
The assistant named. All right, let me get to that.
Sekiro.
Yeah.
Her name is public prosecutor.
Sekiro, totally. Kiasa Sekiro from Soulsborne.
Sekiro. Don't go mixing up with the
Sekiro.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. They have very different ways of pronunciating.
I know. Yeah, that was completely on purpose. Of course.
Yeah. So they
Yeah.
fucking, what was it? Yeah, we have this new character who's gonna be his main assistant here.
Because like she's very specifically like specialized in this department, even at the young age, and like she like Zen is like pretty idealistic. So hearing about Zen and the
Okay, you keep cutting out, Serial Navelgazer.
me.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
God, I
in
think
the
my
middle of
mic
your
messed up.
speeches, you keep like cutting out at moments. I don't know what's happening there.
Oh man, I hope it's not my Discord, son. But yeah, so yeah, they're seeing what's going on. Kind of has her like feeling iffy about this whole thing because she's very idealistic, morally upstanding like Zen. So naturally, this kind of has them on the wrong foot because it's like I'm being assigned to this thing that is very probably illegal that we're doing here.
Yep.
Working with these guys who obviously committed all these crimes.
In before she's actually the whore of Babylon.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that almost
like
immediately because it's like every single woman seems to be that woman in this show.
I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out Numoro is actually a fucking Magase.
Nomura is Magase.
No.
Zen this entire time has been Magase.
Yo, who is it? There is no Magase in Boss.
Or Magase. He's Magase. I'm Magase. Are there any Magases I should know of?
Meow.
The way that this is kind of going so far, we have talked before about how people perceive anime to be really sexist, and then we usually go like, no, that's really stupid. This is probably the first anime that I would say is definitively kind of sexist.
Yeah. Don't worry. Next episode gets way worse. It's like,
oh no.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember if it's this episode or not. I don't think it is.
It's episode 5. That's when we get into my first major red flag when I was watching the show. For the first time, like back when it was airing.
Hey, back from a nap, what did I miss? Everything is Magase.
Yes.
Yeah.
This cup of water is Magase.
Raymond and Twi simultaneously were Magase.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
fuck,
old,
I have
so I'm
tits. When did that
automatically
happen?
No, okay, no, yeah, scratch that.
You see-
Twi is Magase.
Damn it!
You're Zen Seizaki.
When did this happen?
Well, you do.
Oh no,
you
my
do
character
have a-
design is getting less interesting. No!
I was about to say you do have a little bit of background in law, so that kind of fits.
Ew, prosecution though? Ew.
Yeah, so yeah, they're trying to figure out all of this stuff with the new law. Because of course,
Trying to
yeah,
find some
90,000.
loopholes in it.
Oh yeah, a new video dropped. A new video by the mayor dropped, and it is being dislike bombed to hell. The first thing we see on the like to dislike ratio, 31 likes, 9,000 dislikes. Like holy that ratio. God damn.
Where is that?
Like
Is it
9 minutes
before the
in.
title card? Oh, it's 9 minutes.
Like, to be fair, pretty much half the stuff we talked about is post title card.
Okay. I meant sorry, not title card, intermission. Yeah.
Oh, the pre-intermission. I'm pretty sure 9 minutes is usually pre-intermission.
Okay.
23-minute episode.
Yeah, sometimes they shift
Also,
it
it
around.
irritates me how they always have like the dislike counters move like that. because that's not at all how dislike counters, like, they don't tick up that
Yeah.
rapidly. It's always in,
Yeah.
like, every few seconds, it just
bunches.
updates, it jumps.
Yeah.
And then it's like, all right, 36 to more than 10,000.
Yeah, that's like, I don't believe that. I at least, well, I can believe that this would happen, especially in light of the law, just not the way that they kind of visualize it.
Yeah. I forget how Recreators did it with that one scene where Twitter got really, really important power up.
Yeah.
It makes sense in context, and Recreators is a good die on that hill.
Oh, we got our Teddy Bear Paladin. Elegant
no.
Doll. Of course, joining the new crowd meant hiding away her own beloved plush unicorn. Action girl figure. That also meant picking on Loud Cub because Loud Cub was cool. Elegant Doll and a loudmouth.
Yeah.
Oh god, I just remembered that because of this experimental new society, the way governments and elections are allowed to be run is Ruby freaking mantle Atlas levels of fucked.
Yeah, to begin with, they have a dangerous election system. Clause number 1. It says, so first, the fact that voting is done by local residents is normal.
That's normal,
Yeah.
according to them.
And
But
then,
there's no requirement on period of residence.
right.
And
Yeah,
like, no age
anyone
or
can
anything.
get a vote.
Yeah, even babies can run.
Yes. And that's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Yeah.
And then they have one last clause. And then they have one.
If you get that Simpsons reference, you get it.
I mean, they get it now. They told them where it's from.
Yeah. I think it was the movie, but yeah. Oh yeah, and then clause number 3, which he considers the creepiest one.
Yeah,
They want everyone to have a take on the suicide law. Every candidate must do that and make it the focus of the election. So we're gonna get eventually everyone is gonna be like in a debate bro podcast about the suicide law. We're gonna get like Hassan and Vosh and Destiny and
let's throw Denims in there. Why not? We're gonna put a pair of pants in there. That's what we're gonna do.
This show just has like a fetish, man.
It's weird. Like, so is this a proposed change to how elections would work? I'm
Apparently.
No, this is what the new election in this new experimental city is doing. They're doing whatever the hell they want. They're throwing.
Okay, wait. I'm lost. There's an experimental city.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier.
That
territory.
was established in like the first episode.
Yeah, like this place, this new established section of Japan, it's experimental. They're testing everything, any law to see what sticks, how they want to govern this new chunk of land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and in this new chunk of land, anyone can vote, and they all have to have make known their stance on the suicide law.
Which
also,
is legal.
if you're the moment that you claim that you are like maybe going to live here, maybe you're just like staying here for like a month, you have the right to vote.
Yes.
Yeah, that's I'm just like, who proposed this as an idea to begin with? They're a lunatic.
Itsuki, I guess. Itsuki, the guy who doesn't even have a political party. And of course they're like, well, only 3 people support this. 3% of people support this.
I was about to say 3. Remember the core of a person.
So it's like now. So the idea is that since most candidates are against it, they'll all kind of be galvanized, and then there's just the one guy, Itsuki, who is in support of it. This is just how freaking Solo Leveling won all of those did, because everyone else was voting between all the other shows.
Oh my god, one of the judges is Magase. Fuck.
Yeah.
No.
The Orange Man, please stop this. Please stop. This is bad. Batwoman 154 so far. Oh god.
Oh, Lord.
He's keeping track. Oh god.
What? No.
God, how many episodes would that be at that point?
I don't know.
I just know that season 1 is 20 episodes, and there's like 50 episodes total.
And they're all
Ugh.
like 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Zen is talking with Nomaru, and they're talking about like, oh, the new assistant. You know, it's good that you have her around. She's gonna help you out. But Zen's like,
Don't
yeah,
like me, man.
yeah, she doesn't like me because I'm doing all because I'm have no choice but to sit by on all the illegal shit y'all are doing. But we gotta move forward with this Itsuki investigation, try to find his ass. Because again, he's missing. But they found this new video posted by some random kid online with a fucking Power Rangers mask. Super Sentai mask. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Uncultured. His name is Tayo, and he says his father, is trying to commit suicide because of the new law, and he's begging people online to try to save his dad because he doesn't want him. He doesn't want him to die.
Yeah.
This is a neat, a sweet scene. So it kind of just strengthens Zen's resolve to keep moving forward with this.
Oh yeah, we missed the director of Investigation Unit 1, Torado.
Oh,
Important character in this chunk of the show.
was it before?
Yeah, it was before this.
Oh, this guy.
like they're launching investigation units into both of these people. Mainly, of course, Itsuki.
So another new character, but he's not that important. You don't need to remember him.
Ugh.
And don't worry, he's already forgotten.
Yeah,
don't worry, they're all gonna die later.
Yeah,
Who's
discount
this guy on
Barrett
screen
over
again?
here. Sorry, what?
Torado something. Let me check the Mal.
You gotta go to Mal to check his name.
Yeah.
He doesn't matter. But yeah, they're talking about this viral video of this kid, and they get all of these people together in order to investigate and try to find Itsuki. So they're divided into two teams: the investigation team and the criminal charges. One obviously tries to find Itsuki, and the other tries to find like loopholes in the suicide law and the laws of Shiniki, so they can at least like arrest him.
Yeah, especially because like 80% of the victims were residents of Shiniki, and they're ultimately starting to find a bit of a pattern in like residence and location and everything as the episodes go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're within 20-minute radius, 20-kilometer radius of City Hall, and they're like, oh, it'd be unlikely to find 60 people nearby who just wanted to kill themselves. So it's almost certainly a bet.
I mean,
we just gotta find the proof for it now.
I mean, here's the thing: unless they all watch 13 Reasons Why. Does 13 Reasons Why have like a Japanese dub?
I don't know.
Why
But yeah,
not? That would
and
be
also
like-
they're trying to establish like a full-on timetable at this. It's like, oh, what happened until 2:30 when they showed up at the roof? We have to establish a timetable for everything that happened that could have led them points.
Right.
Like, oh, maybe they all funneled into the same place around that time. Maybe Itsuki made contact with them.
Yeah, maybe I made contact with them, which is why they have one guy investigating her specifically.
Yeah. That's when we get into the next episode.
So at this point, it's like 9 days until the election happens.
I love
we're gonna-
how they're the same woman. It's like, yeah, it's called makeup and a wig, or makeup and going to the salon. What?
And, like,
That's crazy.
contacts. Yeah. like that. Like I said, that I can, perfectly understandable. Works for a fucking cat and mouse kind of thing going on. It's the other stuff that we'll get to that is gonna blow your fucking mind.
Oh my god, I'm not ready.
You're not ready.
So yeah, now taking episode 5.
Yeah, that's basically the end of the episode. Just going into more detail about what they plan on doing to find them, and that's
there's a lot more.
pretty much it.
Yeah, there's gonna be more procedural stuff going on about this. They're trying to go into a lot of detail on how they can actually catch this guy. Meanwhile, our two main characters at this point, they're taking a train to visit the doctor who basically gave Ayamagase therapy and find out what happened within her middle school. Meanwhile, of course, Zen is still angsting about what the hell happened with Okuda and especially Fumio. How did she get them to kill themselves in such a short time span? Fumio was only there for a few minutes.
Yeah,
And the sex was just that good.
Put a pin in that.
Yeah,
Are you joking?
Put a pin in that legitimately.
Oh my god.
You're not entirely far off.
Oh no.
I've never heard twice so uncomfortable.
We picked a great show to torture you guys with.
So
Don't worry, it gets better. We meet the doctor. Guys, you want to tell them what happened? What made her such a bad, twisted child?
I'm gonna do that.
Oh, no.
Okay. So first off, this guy is actually Ai's uncle. And
that's not a good sign.
I was waiting for someone to talk about that.
That's a very big red flag. You should not be having family come to your fucking psychiatry sessions.
Oh yeah, that was the first thing I said when me and CBF were rewatching this part. I was all like, I'm so glad that I'm getting into behavioral health stuff, and I just know for a fact that that's not kosher at all.
How honest can I be here? HR is in the room, or more like D&D group for years friendly. That's a very good question. We don't really have a lot of harsh rules. Don't get us banned off YouTube.
Yeah, no slurs, please.
No.
Please don't.
That's a very dangerous question to ask us.
Yeah, no slurs, no spamming.
I will fund you. The GOP is funding me. Oh no. We don't want to. Even as a joke, let's try not to actually somehow get the government involved in any of this.
We got 28 people watching right now. We're good.
29.
Yeah, and 27 of them are FBI agents. By the way, guys, hi, how's it going? You see my search history has been good for the last few weeks. All right, right? We're all wrong.
Sorry, it's because I'm Latino. Let's be real. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's ICE. It's ICE assault.
ICE is on to me.
Oh.
You're just gonna see freaking @ping everyone. It's just like the freaking Azumanga Daioh. The things are onto me.
I swear she says she was 1,000 years old, officer.
Oh my god. Well, speaking of that excuse, Raymond, so Ai's uncle talks about how, when she was around 7, she didn't seem all that bad of a kid. But everything changed 8 years ago.
Also, she's adopted.
Okay, wait. No. So she was up until she was 7, she was fine, and then 8 years ago something. So she's only 15 years old?
No, she was 15 when the incident happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know why they phrased it this way in the show, but
so this means she must be 23.
Okay.
But yeah, she was adopted on like her mother's side. Some stuff happened.
And basically she came to the clinic because I's parents called him about a situation that happened in her middle school, and they can ask them to not only conduct psychological evaluations on I, but a few other kids from the school.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, they must all have like a vague generalized. They have like generalized anxiety disorder, all
Yeah.
except for I." And
Yeah.
all 7 of them said the same thing. What was that thing, Kaiser? Or do you want me to say it?
They said that all the boys said that they were all raped by I. But here's the thing.
No, actually.
But here's the they all felt sexually assaulted by I. But here's the thing. I never touched them. And she never barely even talked to them.
But that was enough. And these guys are asking these questions like, what the fuck does any of that mean? So yeah, and then of course the doctor was kind of skeptical until he saw her in person.
Right.
The way she moved, the way she talked, everything about this 15.
Yeah,
is so seductive that he just. Oh, he's like, oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating, man. Her movements, her ties sticking out. He was turned on so hard.
Oh, but okay. What?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to be able to skip past that.
No. He was aroused by this 15-year-old niece. And that's when he understood what they meant. She just has this allure about her. She's just
apparently
different.
What the fuck?
What? That's why they felt raped. She's just the way she moves and everything.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad that's actually a thing that could possibly happen. Oh my god, fucking Saki from Interview with Monster Girls is a more realistic portrayal of sexual desires.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like this is very classic men blaming women for their own inability to handle their desires. And
jail,
like,
all of them straight to jail, even those that are the same age.
Yes.
Like what?
And like the thing is, she couldn't even really control it. That's part of why she was going. Because it's like she in her mind she was just kind of just like talking normally to these people, and they were all just like having these psychological breakdowns.
Look, if she somehow unlocked the succubus gene, first of all, maybe remand her to a female therapist. Hopefully, God knows it doesn't work on other women, but maybe.
Raymond, there's no such thing as female therapists in Japan. Everything is run by men.
Right.
Women are not allowed to do things.
But
yeah.
So that's the first problem. Second problem is like you gotta teach her how to if she has some preternatural ability to seduce men without doing a damn thing, that is something you really gotta help her understand the dangers of.
Yeah.
And help her harness it, I guess, for good. I don't know what you do with that.
Harness that for good.
You must use your seductive powers.
Are the cogs in the head starting to turn about what her actual deal is? Yeah.
Orange Man could be worse, like a horny gate.
Oh, let's not.
What the? Okay.
Oh dear. Okay. You're showing your kinky on stream, man. You might not want to do that.
Yeah, legit. Obviously, the doctor felt like horrible, guilty about it because like this is immoral, being attracted to both like a 15-year-old patient and his. So
Yeah.
that's why he closed up shop after all that. After getting recommending her like some therapy. Yeah, he closed up shop for that because like, how do you come back from that? Even if no one finds out, you come back from that spiritually as a person.
You
Unless
go
you just go
to
dark
therapy
path.
yourself.
Yeah, for real.
You would think a
Well, that's not
therapist would
what he
be
did,
like most
clearly.
therapists have therapists.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what he did. He just
Yeah,
he
he
just
just-
wrapped up shop after all this was said and done. And he was like, "Yeah,
New
no,
house
I
reboot
felt
got
great.
weird.
I'm not."
Yeah, for real. It was like she was shouting in my ear through a megaphone.
It's like they keep harping on that word so often too.
Yeah.
Why?
Which is so fucking weird.
This is like
Like, this
I
is
finally
kind of
understand
weird.
why this was such a red flag. Holy.
All my previous notions that she was going to be okay, she's gonna have a sort of Johann Liebert thing going on where she is able to like understand people psychologically and is able to use it during conversation to her advantage. Yeah, that shit just got burned in a fire.
Yeah, and
So
in
I have
fact,
a
if anything,
question.
yeah,
I have a question though. Like if it's just like the way that she moves and the way that she talks, just talking normally, then
Yeah.
how is it that nobody just gets like fucking wrecked just by her living her normal life? Why didn't Zen get fucking wrecked during that interview?
Well, evidently
don't
she's
worry, they
harnessed
got
it
her
for
therapy
evil
for
now.
that. They got her therapy for that. So she
Yeah.
actually did manage to like sort of suppress that.
Oh,
But then
but they didn't.
apparently
They
she just used
didn't.
it to escape.
Yeah, they didn't teach her to use it for good. They taught her how to use it for evil.
My
You're
sexualizer-nator!
Oh no!
Oh no.
Yep.
Is she like
keep
is
going.
she
The
like
Orange
a,
Man,
a
be
spy?
honest, would you? Batwoman 158. She's 15. No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, current day Magase, that's a difference. This was 15-year-old Magase.
If the result is me dying,
Then no, that's not worth it.
Yeah, yeah, Raymond, it's you dying that's the problem, not cheating on Twy.
we're
I mean,
presuming
don't
we're
worry.
presuming an isolation circumstance here.
Don't worry, eventually she'll come for Twy.
But not if I get to her first.
Funko Bear.
That's what Zen said.
But then wouldn't that make her plush is just another victim action girl figure? The horn head sided with the mean cub. Funko Bear. Would we not have done the same for our cub? Teddy Bear Paladin. ...
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
They wrap up session.
Yeah,
was
that
like,
that just wraps up the bulk of the conversation, and Zen is all like, okay, putting all that, let's just set the whole eye stuff to the side right now and just focus on Itsuki.
Yeah, because it's like all I know at this point is like somehow she could just sexually tempt people, and somehow that might be involved in the suicide. Because again, he saw her at the place, but even then he's like, I don't think she could have done that all at once.
You know, I know what the solution to this is. I know what the answer at the very least is. This is actually set in the MHA universe, and we're around the era of quirk awakenings, all right?
Oh.
It makes it all make sense. She's actually one of the first people with quirks. We just don't know it yet.
Oh my
Right.
god. That's probably a fanfic somewhere.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can guarantee you that's more
The
than just
fucking,
one.
the fucking succubus quirk fanfic. Oh my
Now we're back to now in the second half of the episode. It's back to the more procedural stuff. They're
Yeah.
scattered. All the victims on the day scattered within a 10-kilometer, both sides of Route 16. So they're narrowing it down a bit. They know
Wait, you're cutting out again.
until they gathered.
You're gonna have to like leave and come back. like just
Well, I don't know.
exit
Are
your
you leaning
Discord.
away from your microphone, maybe?
Yes, oh yeah, sometimes I kind of do that. Yeah, I'll just
That might
hunch
be
over
it.
to the mic.
I think you're actually like leaning away from your microphone as you say certain things.
Yeah,
And
sorry.
like you're I don't know what you have your noise gate set to on Discord.
So you just can't move when you open your pie hole. That is
Okay.
the solution.
Right. But yeah, so yeah, they were all scattered 10 kilometers, both sides of Route 16. They were not at the same place that same day.
Right. And so Zen is just trying to figure this stuff out, and this big guy suggests that they go to a room on the 17th floor of the office that they are at, and in order to practice some kendo.
Let off some steam, you know? Kendo
Yeah.
time.
The Orange Man for $2. Last super chat. Are you Scottish? And Batwoman is 160. I'm Scotch Irish.
So he's got the best of both worlds.
Yes.
So yeah,
He's
that
garlic
all
Gaelic.
happens. And the female partner joins in. Zen gets wrecked by both people, but especially by her, because she's like, I think they said like Zen was like the level of okay, so Zen was a first Dan, but has the level of a second Dan, so he was able to give the other guy a run for his money. The assistant lady is fourth Dan.
Yeah.
She whoops the floor with him. Like she whoops his ass.
So we got some Goyle power in here.
Oh my gosh. One instance of girl power. You are totally feminist. You are totally a feminist.
Equality. But, you know,
Wonder how
let's at least
Midnight from
let them let
MHA
off
grew
some
up.
steam.
Yeah.
Get her to realize, oh, maybe this whole thing just like isn't so bad. Maybe I thought I was getting involved in some illegal activities, and he's like, yeah, no, you're right. That's what we are doing. We're doing awful things right now. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Yep. But they
What
have
does
to.
justice mean to you then? I don't fucking know anymore, but you know, I'm getting to a conclusion and that is to continue pursuing the thought of what justice is. That is what justice is to me. The thought and the continual pursuit of it, and the continual pursuit of the thought behind it.
Yeah. So at least they're trying to refocus a little bit in regards to Zen's arc of understanding that philosophically. I just wish that the other characters were at least had something going on for that, but it's something, I guess. This makes me wonder how Midnight from MHA grew up. She could have gone through the same crap Shinso has. Oh.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I imagine Midnight grew up very similarly to. I mean, I referenced it earlier. Saki from my interview with Monster Girls, who's an awesome character, by the way. I love Saki.
Teddy Bear Paladin, I'll be honest, this does not remotely make up for the prior plot point. Yeah, no.
No, nowhere near. Nothing. Nothing makes up for that. Okay.
Like if it was just a thing that like ran in the family, and she had like a brother and like her mother or father, and it was just like a family thing, it's like, okay, that makes sense. It's just a family thing, but it's just like her.
Yeah.
Specifically her.
Yeah, because she's adopted, so they don't have the evil succubus genes.
Mm-hmm.
She's not a Tekken character.
Maybe that was the problem this whole time. She was just adopted. That's her problem. She's an orphan.
Yeah, orphans are evil, and this is why Japanese law has it that you're technically not allowed to fully adopt children until it's known for certain that the parents or a family will never come after them, and even then. Because apparently, ownership of your child is like forever and for always.
God
regardless
damn.
of even if you abandon them.
Wow. Oh yeah, I think it's been referenced a few times in some of the things, excuse me, that I've read in regards to child custody. But
yeah, like the rabbit hole of Japanese law that I fell down specifically so that I could do my second Digimon video has been wild, and now you know why I burnt myself out on it.
No, that's completely fair.
Yeah.
That's a lot of that can be very disheartening to hear.
Yeah.
Well, to read. Fuck. Anyway. Let me see. So they said that the guy came back to the dojo and Itsuki released a new video. No, it's not the Eggman rant from the song
Damn it.
from the real time
Shadow
Sonic
the
fan
Hedgehog
club.
is a little bitch pissed on my wife.
Sensei's like he's a bitch ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. Now I'm gonna fuck Japan.
But basically what they're going to be doing now is that they're going to have a broadcast specifically for the members of parliament of the day of the election for the first parliament of Shiniki is fast approaching, and they are saying that they're going to have a public debate about the suicide law. Like, I think a day or two before the election is supposed to happen.
Yeah, so at that point they're like, all right, we have to go full throttle on getting proof that he abetted suicide before he goes on TV. Otherwise, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Mm.
Full steam ahead, folks. But then, shit goes immediately awry. Guess who's calling it?
Yep.
It's our favorite friend, Magas. He's got Tsutsui's phone number. She and him are in the median in traffic.
Oh.
Yeah,
Fun.
because she got to the one dude that was investigating her, and managed to just mind fuck him into basically running into traffic. Well, she says some Joker shit.
So at this point,
Like,
when
oh.
he knows what her superpowers are, why doesn't he just like hire every single female officer and investigator in Japan and just get them to work on the case? Fire all of the men.
Just fire all of them.
Including himself.
How does the $1,000 suggestion for an hour or two go work? Does it take the entire community pulling together the money to get you to react to that light novel / anime? I honestly don't know, because like it's literally I'm playing it by the seat of my pants right now, and I am actually very anxious about like making any kind of promises with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're already working on a lot.
Yeah,
of stuff,
I'm juggling so much that, like, you know, the Orange Man is already saying, like, by the way, I'll receive a bonus at the end of the month. Would you like an extra $200? I would love an extra $200, but you're going to add it towards Batwoman, and I'm already anxious about the amount of Batwoman I am committing myself to, because I so much that I'm already doing. You're like, well, it can happen whenever. I have 20 weeks of fixing Ruby on top of streams on Wednesdays, streams on Fridays. I have a new stream series that we're going to be doing on every other Saturday. That's going to be announced sometime soon. There is a lot going on, and that's like, I have to have time for myself too. So I'm very nervous about it. We're giving you the content that we can when we can.
Yeah.
Honestly, put that money towards Literature Devil watching Ruby, and then tell him to watch Fixing Ruby. That'd be more productive, honestly.
You could also just put it in a pool and just wait until Raymond is not as busy anymore. But he also has to like make time, not just put more projects on to replace projects that he's finished.
Right.
Yeah, and there.
Teddy Bear Paladin. In light of a supervillain who can seduce men, we are adopting a full misandrous employment policy. All men, including me, are fired. You can collect your severance with me tomorrow.
Yet again, Twy, women are not real. Yes, Aiden, we heard you.
exactly.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
all
I'm
women
just a
are
figment of your
all women are
imaginations.
imagase.
Also, Daigato, no, her superpower is not gaslighting people. It's worse.
Yeah. All
But
right,
yeah.
that's
Oh, you
insulting
know
the gaslighting.
RPGs? I'm playing like the hero who took over the world. We need, but it's all about understanding people. That's what I want. People want to be happy and to be understood. I want you to understand me, and I miss you.
Yeah, that's like the speech that she says to him throughout that entire exchange up until the guy runs into traffic and she throws away the phone.
So
So,
basically, she
yeah.
killed the investigator that found her
Yeah,
Yeah.
again.
again.
All
So,
just by talking to him.
yeah.
Again, just have only women go after this lady. Why can't you do
Guys. I
Maybe
think we're not
maybe
giving them
women in
enough
this line
credence
of work.
here. This is how the average Japanese man acts when he talks to a woman for the first time. He's just that nervous.
Bruh.
I guess women in this line of work are just that hard to come by. I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
like,
he's got a woman working for him right now.
And she's she's the second woman we've seen in this entire show. We haven't even seen his wife up to this point.
yeah, that's because Japan has this kind of weird thing with women where it's like they're only meant to be around when they're kind of useful or if they're good to look at. And like that's not even getting into the implications of women in the workplace in Japan because they're also meant to take on the fully traditional female role in Japan on top of if they want to have an actual career in Japan, which means that you're basically married to your job, but you're also supposed to be fully married to your husband and look after your husband's family. So like women usually like choose either or. They either choose be a career woman or have a family. And which do you think that they would rather choose?
Yeah. Also, actually, Kaiser, no, we can get into that right now. I forgot. Some of those victims that jumped off the roof were women. Women
Oh
are not
yeah, there's that.
necessarily
They're
safe.
not immune.
She is this woman. She's diabolical. She's weaponized the power of Yuri. No!
But
This
even
is the
then,
real.
like that could be a plot point because like yeah, maybe he has the idea of having a woman go investigate and then she gets killed and it's like, oh, it's not just men that get affected by this lady.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that at
Also,
least would have been
so yeah,
like
she's the
something
real
she
bi
would try.
disaster. And
Yeah.
so yeah, that's end of episode 5 and the start of episode 6.
Yeah, the
We have
start
a receipt.
episode 6.
We have a receipt. There's an axe. Why the fuck did she buy an axe?
Sorry, where was that?
At the start of episode 6.
Oh, right. At the start, they found a receipt at the crime scene of the traffic accident, basically. And they see something for 5,800 yen for an axe.
Obviously,
we'll
there was
find
no
out.
axe in the crime scene.
Yeah, we'll find out what that's for a little later.
Chekhov's axe.
Yeah, Chekhov's axe. Zen and I keep
Shinobu.
huh?
Shinobu,
Kujin?
Fujin.
I keep trying. I almost keep calling him Fujin. I know that's not his name, but I have fucking World Trigger in the brain.
We're watching the whole series. We're watching up to episode 7 today.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's
that
essentially
bonus
like
is
the
with
first
more
half.
supers though. The rest of this month, except $800 more. Okay. I mean, are you trying to put that towards the like? It's really if you're like putting strings attached to it. Like that's really the thing. Like I'm so. I cannot emphasize enough how busy I am. It's
Yeah, we're not gonna say no to the money, but
yeah. And you also need to one thing you need to consider is like I do split it with my co-hosts, so it's like you're not just directly paying me to cover things. You're kind of paying us.
yeah. And like I said, I'm willing to cover things if I'm paid for. I don't have a whole lot of things on the docket in my channel, if you're interested anyways, but I don't know about the others.
It is concerning how much more serious the proposals have been getting, though.
It
Very
is,
concerning.
Yeah.
yeah. We're kind of rapidly
Oh
pacing
shit!
on
I
that. And
double
I'm
it then.
surprised
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh my. Okay, now he's just fucking with us. But like, honestly, I'm surprised that this is coming up in this episode of the podcast.
Yeah, this is wild. I don't. You just kind of came out of nowhere.
What
Like
is it about what is it about talking about suicide that wants people to pay us?
Yeah, we have a GOP accountant paying Raymond to watch bad shows while we're talking about a police procedural where the figurative whore of Babylon is somehow getting people to kill themselves.
Oh, he's an actual GOP account. Oh,
Or at
That's
least
what
he
he- it's
said
what he
so
claims.
earlier in chat.
That's what he claims.
yeah.
I mean, it could help explain all the money.
I mean, sure.
Oh,
But
God.
anyway, after the boys have a chat, we finally get to hear from Zen's wife. Forgot to mention this, but it was mentioned earlier that he had a wife and kid waiting for him. So they're
Yeah.
just talking about like, hey, you know, once this is over, how about we take our kid to the zoo?
They're dead. These two are so fucking dead.
Yeah.
This
I'm
is the
not
worst
saying-
Brooklyn Nine-Nine
Anyway.
adaptation I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying a goddamn thing, okay? So, fast forward, and we're 2 days away from the election. And then Zen's all like, fuck it. I'm gonna disband the investigation. I'm gonna disband the investigation team.
Oh, yeah, that was also the end of episode 5. Yeah, we're like, yeah, we're doing that. We're cutting. Everything is going towards nabbing Itsuki. We are going to kidnap this man now. If you have a problem with that, you're gonna have to arrest us right now. Otherwise, we're all.
Yeah.
And it's like
So-
all 23 of them were there. Kujin's like, oh man, that's not fair. We have to arrest you now, or we're. And
Yeah.
well, they all join. So that's gonna be the plan.
Yeah, they're gonna
sack him, like kidnap him after the election debate.
Right. So we fast forward in time here with Zen and his people basically acting as, you know, doing security detail on the set of this debate, which I believe is, you know, in the building in Shiniki. I don't know. I don't remember if it's like the tallest building, like the one that the people fell off of in episode 3.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
think
I
so.
think yeah, I don't think it's the same building. It's probably just a different one. But whatever.
They just said it's the NHC Center.
Okay, gotcha. And Zen is talking to Nomaru, who is going to be debating against Itsuki. And they're gonna be all like, okay, so all of the other people who are gonna be in this debate are against him. And you know, Zen is all like, are you sure you're going to beat him? And he's all like, oh, don't worry about it. We taught him everything that we know, so we'll totally, you know, we know his cards, so to speak. So he's clearly cocky that he is going to, you know, rhetorically fuck him over on this, while Zen gathers up all the troops and comes up with a sizable plan. So this is the scene where they all agree to actually enact the plan and whatever. So all 23 of them are officially his accomplices.
We have new Teddy Bear Paladin, George
Oh, sweet.
Hurston. When the call came for war came to the Grizzlies, I was not so eager as our cubs. I had known the Queen as a friend, and I did not know thirst for violence. But the young needed a leader.
Damn.
Yeah.
That line's actually kind of fire a little bit. You're kind of
Yeah.
cooking there, Paladin.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see. The world's going to turn to play. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're going to like. They kind of slapped on a little bit the importance in regards to this, which I kind of get it, but at the same time, they say if everything goes according to Itsuki's plan, the world is going to turn to a place where everyone is committing suicide. Which, okay, whatever. I guess if they just give Magase a megaphone, they could probably do that now, but sure, why not?
Yeah, like, sure, Jan. But hey, that's a topic in the debate. We're going to have it now.
Yeah, so they're just saying, like, hey, we're going to capture him after the debate, and this is like the security detail. And this is where the debate actually happens. So,
And the rundown, 88% of people are like, no, we do not support it. 9% are neutral. Still 3% are gung-ho for this law.
yeah. So it's like 5 people against Itsuki, a 5v1. This is a jumping. And the first guy speaks, and the first thing is that the first thing he says is that, hey, if a lot of people commit suicide, we're gonna lose a lot of money.
So suicide is sad and all, but think about the economy.
Yeah.
That's how they start.
Yeah.
Brilliant start.
Well, I mean, like, even, like, it'd be better if you're like, all right, so if we're ignoring the obvious, holy crap, we want people to commit suicide, if we're just going to ignore that, then, yeah, we gotta talk about the next important thing, which is it's going to crash our economy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's estimated that GP losses over 1 trillion yen per year. I'm not sure how much that figure matches, but sure.
Then the other guy is like, oh, I'm taking this from a more moralist perspective. Morals or rules that regulate mutual relations between people. Society would collapse if this happened. Because murder, that's bad. That's against the rules,
It's bad.
And
Murder's
if suicide
bad, okay?
So if suicide was allowed, people would just up and disappear just at random. Everything that was built on mutual trust, that's going down the tube. Society would not have morals. And, we can't have that. We're not allowed to have the suicide law.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, right. And the next guy talks about what was it? The case, the specific case of the 64 people leaping off that building. 64 people jumped from the building and committed suicide in Shiniki. You could have stopped them, right? Yeah, so he's basically just taking him to task specifically about what happened there. And basically just saying that, okay, you caused that to happen and you didn't do anything to stop it. You abated suicide, which is a crime. And the last, sorry, it's a 4v1. My mistake, not 5v1.
4v1, yeah. Then the final guy, he tries to make more of a point about, like, he goes for the emotional, about the fact that, people, we're all emotional at heart. And this is a law that requires a lot more objectivity and logic than people should ever be allowed to handle when it comes to this stuff. They fundamentally cannot do it. We, as human beings, are emotional. We generally tend to want to live and not die. And allowing people to be arbiters about that kind of stuff rationally, that's just not going to work. Only someone without emotions can do that. We feel pain about that stuff. This is universal.
Aiden, who made the suicide law a thing, the guy they're debating, apparently.
How would my $1,000 light novel suggestion work? Look, guys, I honestly don't know how this would work. Like, I don't have a structure in place for anyone commissioning to us watch things. Like and that's
We should.
Give him a week, then he'll figure it out.
yeah, give me
Yeah.
some time to think about it. If that's even something that's really up the alley, like of doing.
Yeah.
Because like again, the busy thing is like just constantly at the forefront here.
Yeah, and we also got the freaking Pathfinder thing.
Yeah, we gotta that stream stuff's gonna take up time too. So it's like I'm stretched very thin.
Well, you just
Not
need
to
to
mention,
get
yeah, again,
your.
other other occupations and personal stuff. Again, like books,
You just need
etc.
to get that MHA video just out there so that it's not like on your mind.
Right, right.
Just get it out of the way.
Yeah. And they
Oh.
are basically. Oh, what?
Uh-oh.
Who was that?
Yeah.
This
CBF.
Snipe them one by one. So, the socioeconomic issues.
Get your stream back up, man.
Like,
Oh, yeah. You cut out from Discord briefly.
oh,
So
really?
we're all biblically accurate now. Yeah.
Ah, crap. Do I gotta go out and back in?
No, you just gotta restart your. You gotta just stream your Rahi Tuber to me.
Oh, shit, that's what happened. Okay.
Yeah. Discord just randomly disconnected you from the call.
All right, are we good? We good?
Yeah, we're back.
Yep, we're back.
We're back.
Thank God.
Yeah.
So yeah, the
Yeah, we're back to this
socioeconomic
crap.
stuff. Guys, you want to take this one?
Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, and Itsuki argues one by one with each of the candidates. If he says if you're worried about the economic losses with the law, suicide law wouldn't necessarily increase the number of people who commit suicide. And then like I mean that's just blatantly untrue, just given what happened in the show, which is that suicide increased ever since he enacted the law. So I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, we didn't even catch that when you and I were group watching it. But it's like, yeah, and this was right before he brought up, marijuana was legalized in Canada and usage actually decreased because now it's kosher,
uses
now it's
marijuana
legal.
as an argument.
Yeah, now it's not something edgy to do in order to like stick it to the man or whatever. Like people still like use marijuana here. Obviously they do. There's like 5 or 6 different buildings in my hometown dedicated to smoking or eating cannabis of some sort. So obviously someone's doing it. However,
Sure.
these are all like government regulated for the most part and pretty safe and not like not dangerous. We'll say
Yeah.
that. So like a lot of people don't feel the need to go do it because it's not rebellious to do anymore. It's
sure.
a whole rebellion thing.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, like he brings that up, yeah, as the big counter argument to shut him down. As for the
Yeah.
morals guy, rules change. Like homosexuality and such. Those were all accepted after a while, And like a whole
Yeah,
bunch of other
so,
stuff. Yeah,
morals
homosexuality,
aren't
gender
universal.
discrimination, that wasn't considered a problem. Now it is. So, these things are not universal. And the other guy's like, but murder kind of is. And he's like, yeah? What about suicide, huh?
Yeah. And then he states his like real goal, which is that this law will make people confront suicide and consider its ramifications a lot more closely. Which
It's fucking stupid. Like,
that-
no,
that-
that's not how that works.
that's
People
really
have
dumb.
always been doing that. Ever since, suicide was kind of a thing people can do, especially because, people, they tend to at least try to articulate that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like the
This
problem
man's
with
perfect
this-
world is Danny DeVito going, "Suicide is badass."
Badass. Just want me soda. But freaking yeah, like the big problem with this debate is that a lot of the arguments are just incredibly basic. and it just
Yeah.
makes, and the presentation with it is so absurdly dry.
It's wild because like you could easily pull from this is a real debate topic in a lot of places. I mean, you have like Maid up in Canada right now. That's hotly
Yeah.
debated back and forth. You could just pull from any of the debates involving that and use it for this.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
and-
'cause, like, I guess I could talk a little bit about Maid since it is the big topic of discussion here in this series. But like
Sure.
when Maid was first proposed up here in Canada, there was a lot of people who were for it and a lot of people who were against it. And that's coming with the caveat that Maid is being a lot more nuanced in Canada than what is being discussed in the show because they are just talking about blatant suicide, where Maid is like it's literally medical assisted dying. So the whole
Yeah.
point is that you are maybe terminally ill. You have stage 4 cancer. Nothing is going to be done. So instead of suffering for however many months on end in complete agony, you can just let yourself die painlessly and in your own terms. But from what we see here, like none of that is happening. Like
Yeah, none of that is ever brought up. I think the prospect of like assisted suicide was only brought up once. And I'm not even
Yeah.
sure if it was even brought up in this debate.
I think
Yeah.
it was. It had to have been this debate because the other one, oh god!
Oh my
when you
god.
get
Yeah,
to
there's another
episode
debate
12,
about
11.
this, and somehow it's even worse.
Yeah, this is so much better than the G Summit. This is the hype moments and aura debate, basically.
Yeah.
The next one, 5 episodes later, it is an exercise in cyclical boredom and wheel spinning. But yeah, no, yeah. Cultural issues like some homosexuality are completely different from criminal acts. And he's like, but suicide isn't a crime. Even though the other guy's like, well, suicide is a felony. It's just that, we can't really charge it as a crime,
I mean, you could
Yeah.
just guilt people by saying, well, we're going to charge your families.
Yeah.
But that was part of Irish law back in the day. I read a book once about ancient Irish law and how, like, because there was talk about how if somebody did a crime but then they ran away, that was kind of like a loophole that people did in order to not get punished for the crime. And were like, well, if you run away, then we're just going to hold your families responsible for your actions. And that was what they did in order to deter people from committing crimes.
Interesting.
Also,
Also, Twy, why are you Irish-splaining when the Iris is in the room?
You think that he knows about stuff from like hundreds of years ago? Not necessarily.
I'm not the
To be
most
fair,
well read up on that stuff. No.
Also, Kaiser, to be fair, given how this show has been towards women, do we want a man to mansplain this stuff right now?
You know what? Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Uh,
We're here in Team Jack. We're all inclusive. We're gonna make it up for how uninclusive this show is.
more Teddy Bear Paladin. General, this is the general. I can't remember his last name. The Cubs have been raised on stories of glory of olden days before the unicorns forbade us from the army. But I learned the hard way. There is no glory in the blood of children.
Damn. Honestly, where do you play Warhammer? Teddy Bear Paladin? Is this like a Warhammer thing you're just projecting onto this work?
We
I'm
here
not
at Team
against it,
Jack
I'm
do
at-
not condone sexism. We do, however, find it hilarious.
How many times has people posted that?
That's
I think
what that
yeah,
joke?
I think that's like from that specific joke. I'm pretty sure that's been put down in chat like at least a couple times.
Mostly for like child murder, but you know.
Oh yeah, because we're mecha. Well, half of us are mecha fans, so that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
That just comes with the
Specifically
territory.
Raymond.
I mean, yeah. Well,
I was
I
gonna
say
say he's
have.
probably probably the bigger mecha fan, but like when it comes down to violence against fictional children,
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
that's more
Kaiser
my
and I,
field.
we're the Tomino guys here.
Yeah,
Kill
why
'em
we
all
think we
Tomino,
have
that
a
includes kids.
yeah, why you think we have a podcast called The New Types? But
Currently in
let me
hiatus.
see. Taybear says, "No, I don't play Warhammer. I engage with the setting, but that's not what's on my mind when I write this." Okay, was kind of curious.
Yeah. But yeah. So like
Yeah,
Itsuki,
and
like all right, so he's responding to all that stuff. It's like, I got a son I want to ask you. Like freaking
is suicide something that the government should regulate through law?
Rome, because of course he's a man, he has to talk about
He has
ancient
to talk
Rome.
about Rome.
It's like,
Yeah,
if there was a valid reason in ancient Rome, you could kill yourself.
He brings up establishment of Christian societies. Suicide was deemed to be a sin. Yeah, do you know why? Because early Christianity was a death cult, and so like Christianity would have died as a religion because people were committing suicide in such large groves that it was going to die off as a belief system. So in order to preserve it, they had to make it outlawed in their religion.
right.
Yeah, they had to make it one of the gravest sins of them all.
Yes.
But yeah, and now he's like, like all the freedom to do that stuff, that kind of freedom, that was stolen by the government and religion. And the other guy's like, you're twisting the argument right now.
I'm just imagining that, like, oh, somebody's just like I don't know, some cartoon sketch where like a guy is just gonna put the rope around his neck, and then the arm with the tattoo government on it just steals the rope. Like one of those political cartoons or whatever.
And the one that says religion just steals the stool.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, we have an opportunity to leap forward. So the final
take
guy,
a great leap forward. Or why are we suddenly invoking fucking Chinese communist fucking propaganda?
I mean, we have to grab the fire of life and death to move forward. The second great fire of humanity. It's like what he talked about in episode 3.
We can now enter an age we can publicly accept it.
Yeah, we can publicly accept it.
And he's like, you said people can't remain calm when it comes to death. The suicide law cannot be handled by people with emotions. He's like, yeah, that's a law that does not require mistakes. Because, you can't come back from dying, usually. Unless you're in a really shitty anime or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, when people don't necessarily die when they are killed.
And then he's like, yeah, but with this, people can talk with each other, like, in a public forum. The suicide law, that would make that possible.
Yeah, people won't make them... People will just learn to suicide better.
Yeah. And they both are like, yeah, at this point, this is just a cyclical, endless argument. We'd have to see how it works in real life. And so he's like, all right, let me bring forward Ayo, the kid from the viral video. Oh, and his mom.
Yeah, they bring the kid onto the fucking show.
And this ends up being a death sentence. Not to Itsuki, but to these guys.
Yeah, so Nomaru says that this kid basically plans on running for the election because the Shiniki Initiative allows that to happen. Which was hinted at, I believe, in the previous episode when they were talking about the clauses of the law and shit. And they say that Nomaru is going to support this kid for the election, basically sort of just trying to win the argument by emotional strong-arming because this kid doesn't want his dad to kill himself.
Yeah, like that's good. And also, of course, that's obviously really good for TV, for emotionally, like, engaging the audience. There's just one problem with that.
Yeah.
Itsuki is his dad.
Itsuki, you are the father. He
What?
is this kid's dad. Yeah.
So yeah, I was
How
going
do
to
you
kill
not
myself
know that?
the entire time.
Yeah.
You got this kid here. How did you not know that was his dad?
Yes.
You don't know. They were doing all these like checks to make sure that this guy committed a crime, but they couldn't check to see what his family tree was and if maybe this kid had any connection to him.
Yeah, everybody's just all like, what the fuck? How did they not figure this? They got every other like detail about this dude's life.
They
On
were
record.
relentlessly trying to track this guy down. Also, wait, does this mean that this kid thinks his dad wanted to commit suicide? Does he think that
No. What I think was going on is that he made his kid release that video to do some 4D chess ass bullshit.
Yo, yeah, that's what I'm about to say. Is like that's the only
Yeah.
other explanation.
Well, yeah, like that's what I was about to say, but then you kept going with what you were gonna say and then pivoted.
Sorry.
Well, we'll find out in the next episode. Also, Lone Crit's in chat. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Lone Crit.
The future is complicated.
This is such a dumb plot twist.
People die when they are killed.
Oh my god, this is like such a mind-bendingly dumb plot twist.
Yeah, and
The show was about cops and a murder case, right?
and the stupid keeps coming when we get to episode 7, which is gonna be the last one we cover tonight.
By the way,
before that, we have
this
a
one-
trigger warning.
Episode 5 didn't have one, and they talked about rape.
Well, like
Yeah.
nobody cares about rape in Japan. Like, have you
course,
seen all of the stuff that they do in order to
Yeah.
ignore that as much as possible?
Hell, we didn't have a content warning for any of the previous episodes that talked about suicide up until now. And they're like, oh, content will be disturbing for young viewers. Basically, that just means this episode is going to be a bloodbath. That's the only thing that merits a content warning. Lots of blood.
I'm actually surprised that we're going into episode 7 when this could be the first episode for next week, like 6 and 6, but whatever.
Yeah. And
It's
this is
the
the
way
end of the
these
second
arcs
act, bro.
Yeah, it's because it's how
It's
the
better to
arcs are
end here.
cut.
Right.
So we get into the explanation, and what was it?
Just
We
scroll
just
down a
pick
little
up exactly where. Oh, fuck! I'm sorry. We pick up
Too
where
much.
this
There we go.
Okay,
All right.
here we are. All right, so we pick up where we left off, and you know that theory that you had, Twy?
Yeah.
They kind of, just chuck it out the window because both him and the kid seem very, very genuine in regards to this. Because what gets revealed in this episode is that Itsuki wanted to create the suicide law so that he can, because his kid has a heart condition, and he wants to willingly kill himself so that his heart can become his son's.
You don't need a suicide law for that!
No, and then he says, at first, I want to give you my heart, but currently, I'm not allowed to give my heart to you if I commit suicide.
Don't just
Well, then you know what you should do? You should pay somebody covertly to go crash into your car in a way that you would definitely die from it. And then you're on like an organ donor list.
Yeah.
And then specify in your will that if you ever died, you wanted to give your heart to your son.
You have
That's
access
how you do that.
to a brainwashing super weapon of a woman.
Yeah.
You could literally just pay her to go convince someone to shoot you in the head or stab you or what have you to kill you, and you could donate your heart to your son. There's
Yeah,
any
just get
number
them
of
to a
means that could be
murder-suicide.
easier to
Yeah.
solve this problem than trying to
Like,
bash a fucking suicide pact with the fucking city.
Oh, but no. You don't understand. You don't understand. He wants this to set a precedent. He wants this stuff to be normal, because apparently there are many things that death can solve. He wants this to be a precedent so humanity can deal with death better.
Yeah, if only we had
I
debate
like the
about
girl
any
who is
about that,
watching
any of
the
that
debate
stuff.
while she's drawing. That's like so realistic.
Oh, wait, yeah. There was one chick who was drawing while watching this shit. Hold on.
I know.
Hold on.
The
Yeah,
most
there we
realistic
go.
thing we've gotten in this show in ages.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know, some shoujo manga here. I would pay to read
And yeah,
that.
as I
Hey,
said, this
it's
was
like
the
wild
death blow to
propaganda
these
for
other
this
guys.
bill. It's like, the boyfriend I've thought about it, and I'm going to commit suicide.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a couple suicide story.
Where's Deterex when you need him to draw? How stupid
Ah.
this is. I don't know if I want to subject Deterex to this.
No,
Honestly,
we need Deterex to
that's
suffer
what we-
with us
okay,
right now
Orange
while
Man.
he's drawing.
Orange Man, pay Deterex to watch this stream so he can main art.
Have him whip up a batch for the next stream so we can just show that, and then duct tape him to his computer, to his chair, so he can watch the next stream when we cover the next 5 episodes while he draws everything.
Yeah.
And then he'll do an artist rendition of himself being tortured by us too.
What you needed drawn? I mean, just roll back the stream once it's roll back the VOD once it's done.
One minute. Guys in chat, don't donate anything for me to do anything yet. I don't know how this is all going to end up working out. Please, if you're going to donate, just consider it like donated out of the goodness of your heart. Don't expect me to do anything with it quite yet. All right? Don't. I just want to be very careful there, because I don't.
Yeah.
Don't entangle me in things, guys.
Or just like donate a normal super chat, giving him like some random question like we normally do.
Yeah, random question, like things I can answer on the spot, I'm good with. But like, if you're asking me to do things outside of the stream, that's like my time gets choked. All right,
Yeah.
that's all I wanted to say, because I saw this conversation going down. And it's cool you guys are working together, but I just, I appreciate it. Please just chill a little bit.
Right. So yeah, the freaking what's the word? I think Itsuki said he decided to just give up on the law. Use it. You see, oh yeah, they receive like faxes and emails of people saying that, hey, they want to support the kid and all that stuff, and people willing to give their hearts for them. But you know, which you would think that would be enough, but Itsuki's all like, nah, I want to set a precedent from it in the larger public consciousness about suicide. I'm a visionary.
But you're not. You don't have the average fucking reason to commit suicide. You have a completely abnormal point for commit. Like most average people, when they commit suicide, it's over the roughness of their lives or over some undiagnosed mental issue that they have that they can't get any kind of help for. Like, there's a lot of different reasons people commit suicide, and very rarely is it for selfless reasons, like trying to transplant someone's heart.
Yeah, like this is why you had things like conditions and like exceptions in MAID. Like you don't just wake up one day and decide, oh yeah, I'm gonna die via the MAID program. Like they have to assess you for months on end, unless if you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that you are going to suffer immensely within the time that it would normally take for your assessment, and that you might even die before the assessment gets completed. That is the only way that you will get immediate action with the MAID program.
Right.
because it's not just something that you would do on a whim. It's not something that you would do because you feel like it, or because you want to die for any of these other reasons. Like, it is specifically
bad day.
you are suffering to the point where your human dignity is on the line. And in
Right.
order to preserve your dignity and your autonomy over your own body, you get to choose the way that you go out. But that is nothing like what is being discussed here. It's just blanket suicide because he wants to do a very, like, this one specific thing, but he wants to make it so that all of these other things also get passed through, specifically so that he can make this one seemingly selfless action. And I say seemingly because he is being incredibly selfish in trying to enact this law so that his son specifically can survive. He doesn't care about the other implications that this law could bring to society.
There's a show apparently.
We have more Teddy Bear Paladin, more Balinor Uprising, Scepter, a hubristic young witch called upon my aid. It was the most conversation I'd had in years. I had found that giving people vague, nigh useless advice kept them talking to me. The Scepter's just lonely. That's actually kind of adorable.
Yeah. Honestly, that's oh wait, hold on. Just a second. I got a phone call. Give me just a moment.
Okay, well, you can.
But yeah, this guy right here, this guy's just delusional. Itsuki's fucking delusional.
It legitimately, like, if I were to, okay, I wouldn't like anyone here because you're dragging a child out in front of the camera crews in order to actually, like, the guys on the 4, they're all dragging a child in front of the cameras to try and win emotional support. I find that typically reprehensible. On the flip side, what the fuck, dude? You have not made a single good argument. And it's like, you could literally just ask to transfer your heart. You are allowed to do that. It's not impossible. They will do that.
But is that something that you're allowed to do in Japan?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, I guess.
Because
I guess that was kind of the argument.
Yeah, he did specify that was apparently illegal in Japan. So, like, we can't really use other countries and say, well, you're dumb because this other country, like America, does this. It's like, well, America is not Japan. Like, you can use other countries as an example in order to base your law off of, but, like, you can't just say, like, well, this country does this, therefore that applies to, like, every other country on the world. American exceptionalism.
But yeah, like, man, you see, this guy's supposed to be the super duper perfect guy who got to, like, the top of the line.
Right, they're not performed in Japan. Okay.
Yeah. This guy got to, like, the top of the line schools. He always scored best on everything. He's got a wife and kid. He has literally everything going for him. He is, like, the ubermensch of people, especially politically right now, as far as we know.
I mean, it still doesn't change the fact this guy has any number of avenues with which he can actually accomplish this.
Yeah.
Like, not only that, but does he even know that his heart is compatible? Because you have, like, blood compatibility. Like, yeah, family, it's preferable that it's a family member that does that, but it's not, like, required. It can be anyone who has the same blood type as them, or
he said it does.
Compatible.
I would presume that he knows that he's compatible.
Yeah, he said it is compatible. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Fucking I had a call because something that I had delivered. I had a call about, and they said they're gonna deliver in a few minutes.
Okay.
So if I step out again, that's gonna be why. Huh?
That's good, MK.
Okay.
That was so necessary for us to know.
I'm saying like, I mean, that's gonna be a reason if I step out again.
But yeah, so the big reveal happens.
Yeah, that
Once, you
big
know,
reveal happened.
Debate's over. Now they're gonna have to escort everyone, and so here comes the plan to try to kidnap Itsuki.
Yeah. So they're basically going on their way to in their assigned route to take Itsuki and his family away. That's when Zen's team is going to kidnap him. Which, okay, seems like a pretty simple plan. You have each checkpoint being checked back to with walkie-talkies, all the way back to Zen and his assistant.
And like, there's one team that's in charge of like escorting the wife and kid. They're
Right.
getting those two like separate from him.
Yeah. And then suddenly, shit hits the fan progressively as many different guards start getting kept quiet. And then Zen decided to go out to investigate.
Kumi, and also like his assistant goes out first though.
Oh, right. I thought
Yeah,
he
like
went
she
out
tries
first.
to rendezvous with like the wife and kid team.
Got it. Right.
After like getting back with escort team 6, because they're the next in line.
Right. But while Zen is investigating, he heard some noise outside, and he hears that not Kujin was yelling for him, and he finds him in this pillar, shot in the leg.
God damn,
He
it
tries
hit
to,
his
like-
fucking artery, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Zen tries to get some help, but Kujin stops him, and he says that, hey, he's got something to tell him, and he says that he shot his leg.
off.
Oh,
So you know what that means. She's
Magase! Yay!
The mom is I Magase.
Oh wait, the mom is I Magase? Oh shit!
Yes.
Oh yeah, the mom is Imagase as well.
They don't know if that's like the real mom or if I Magase was actually like posing as the mom. But at this point it doesn't matter. All that matters is that she's here, she's compromising everything. And she managed to whisper in this guy's ear, and he got out of there, shot his leg, otherwise he was gonna kill himself.
Yeah. And you see all this like different imagery while he's freaking the fuck out and saying trying to hold himself back of the crazy, and basically just comparing being talked to by Magase to sex.
Oh, whispered Kaiser. She's like,
Whispered. My bad.
He's like, bro, cancel all of this. Shut this whole thing down. Get out of here. Wrap it up. You cannot handle her.
Yeah, he literally just says it feels like
Sex. It's like, you're a man, right? You understand. And like he gets more crazy with his eyes. And just to seal the deal, like, yeah, if you cross it, this boundary, it'll overflow, it'll spill, and then
yeah,
he shoots himself.
Yeah,
and the blood, that's white. It's illustrated like white. Because cum. You get it?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You get it? She just turned people on by whispering to them so much that they want to kill themselves.
They say.
What is this, a Chinese censorship?
This is what happens when you goon too close
Also,
to the sun.
Eric Roman, a crazy guy crashed in my neighborhood and started a fire. Are
Wait,
you
what?
okay?
Yeah, you alright, dude?
Are you in range of the fire? Do you need to call the fire department?
Oh no! Oh, and don't worry, the blood censorship, no, that was intentional because the visual metaphors. Totally. This
Yeah.
show is because this show is as
Which
subtle
is-
as a brick to the balls.
Yep.
Someone
Again,
said
all
my
that-
brain bleach.
Oh, and if you were wondering why he didn't try to stop him from shooting himself, at the time the gun was on the ground. He couldn't get to him in time. So
Apparently.
that's one thing at least.
So death is a metaphor for post-nut
He's-
clarity. It's like post-life clarity.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not
So,
inaccurate from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so it's
the
just
fire department
further.
are here, but I'm okay. But my dogs are traumatized. I'm so sorry,
So,
man.
yeah, that's
Oh shit!
Yeah,
That
yeah.
that fucking sucks.
oh jeez.
Sam's sketchy story. Who wrote this?
Mado Nozaki.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Here's in terms of this of the subject matter, this is definitely the craziest this guy has ever done, at least the stuff that's got animated. Kato is just stupid. Yeah, what happened in Kato isn't nowhere near as like messed up. It's just really, really dumb by the end.
Yeah, this is such a irresponsible, like, sketchy pulp handling of this stuff. It makes for an entertaining car crash,
Yeah.
especially because the bloodbath that's gonna come soon. But still, and keep in mind, this is by far the better part of this show compared to what happens later.
Yep.
Oh boy.
We're in the better part. And we left the good part 4 episodes ago. So we got Sekuro here in the near the checkpoint where the mom and daughter are getting taken away, and Zen's all like, no, that's I over there, you gotta stop her or you gotta keep away from her. And she's spying on her right now, right?
But she's like, fuck, she saw me. No.
Yeah, she
I
just
gotta try to
suddenly
arrest her.
knows that she is there. So she's going to try to stop her, and we, cut away from that as Zen rushes over and he just finds the entire team just dead.
Except for her. She's gone.
Yeah.
Everyone else, they're dead. They got suicide notes. They got their wills and shit.
Yep. And yeah, Sekiro is just nowhere to be found. So yeah, we just follow the fallout, and Zen is just explaining to this other investigator what the fuck even happened.
I have a problem. Why are they writing suicide notes?
Because they're so happy.
I need to make a clarification here. If you are going up to the greatest nut of your fucking life, you are the only thing you would be doing to communicate that is screaming at the top of your lungs about it, all right? That is the only thing. You are not writing jack shit. You can barely see straight by that point, all right? You cannot make a fully formed fucking suicide note out of that. Like, if that is the equation that we are going with here, I am not believing for a second any of these people had it in them to write a damned word other than a squiggly line that immediately is dropped.
Hey, Fumino, he wrote a whole text.
Yeah, I know. Like, maybe that was his fetish. Maybe he's like the weird one out. I can give it to one person, but not to anyone else, all right?
You know what, Raymond? I never thought of it that way before. But I'm not gonna argue with that.
This show is too stupid for its own horny, and too horny for its own stupid.
I've mentioned this before, but I do plan to cover hentai visual novels at some point. I understand this shit. All right. I understand the Coomer mentality. This is not it. This is bullshit.
Dog,
bullshit.
I don't know whether this would be better if it were a hentai or not.
Oh man, But yeah,
Maybe there'll
so
be
on-
At
less
least it'd be
political
better.
debates.
It'd be a good animated one.
Yeah, probably.
and
we got more Teddy Bear
heads or
Paladin
tails
lore.
on that. But yeah, so they're like, yeah, no. Obviously, they don't believe Zen for a second. They're like, dude, even in your testimony, you saw Kujin commit suicide. Clearly, these people committed suicide. And he's like, no, she killed him just like she killed my first partner. And now I can't even find my second.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he's like mulling over like with his wife. Then he gets a message from Sekiro. And so he opens up his PC. We get a private stream from I dedicated to him.
Yep.
And guess what? So she streams herself, like having the assistant Sekiro all tied up. And she's like, hey, remember when I was talking about that hero stuff and understanding? Oh, guess what? Also, she is the other woman. She is gagged. She only just has her lingerie on while being strapped and everything.
Yep. And she is
you
just
know,
drawing markers where sections of where she's going to cut with the axe.
Yeah,
That
that's the thing.
she bought
Yeah, that's
earlier.
where the axe comes in. Like he's wondering, like, what are you doing? And she's like, yeah, you're thinking I'm doing something really bad right now. I am. You tell me to stop, right? But I like doing bad things.
Yeah, I was
And
about
yep.
to say I could swear to God that if this were in the dub, she probably said something like, "I'm a bad girl," right? Or some weird shit like that. It is so fucking on the nose.
This is so.
And then
God, this is so fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
and every time we chop, we either just like cut to a different part of her to
Oh, yeah.
show the gruesome bits, or we cut to the family chopping up something while they're prepping a meal for Zen.
Yeah, like
While
hold
Zen
on.
is just screaming at the top of his lungs in agony.
Yeah, the first time she cuts, we see just a freaking sausage getting cut with the family, which just and they do this entire scene, which just removes even more of the seriousness from it.
Oh, and remember, this is a live stream one way, so she can't hear him. She's just assuming that he naturally is just watching all this and not turning it off immediately, or trying to do something about it.
And throughout all of this, I'm just wondering, why the fuck isn't Zen instantly trying to get somebody to track this thing down?
Yeah, if it's one way, she can't hear jack shit. So yeah, get that one guy. You know, the overweight dude. They just get him.
Right.
No, he's dead. He's dead too.
Wait, did he die?
All of them are dead.
Oh shoot! Hold on. I gotta go real quick.
So, like, at this point, the only people he would have left are people who are not part of that team. He would just have other people in the bureau.
Literally, the entire team is just wiped. Everyone.
Yes.
There's not a single person that made it out of this.
Also,
except Sekiro, but yeah.
I find it interesting that like the only confirmed like female member of the team, she didn't also have her commit suicide. She just chopped her into bits.
Yeah. She did that specifically to get at Zen, just to torture him and be like, please understand me more, okay? Think about it. Think about evil, you know? Why is it good to let people live? You've probably never even thought about bad things in your entire life. So please think about all that while I'm chopping her up to bits. And he's just like crying, hugging the laptop. I was like, please, I will. Just please stop. I can't take it anymore. The dude is tortured right here. And that's how it ends. The only other girl in this show so far relevant one, has been chopped to bits right in front of him. Everyone is dead except him.
So not only is this show stupid, it's depressing.
Yes. It's very depressing. It's only going to get more depressing from here. We're watching this guy's entire life just be ruined.
Yeah, and he still has a family to lose now.
Like that.
Look, it's his fetish. We don't ask questions. I can't even like you make that noise. I'm like, no, that was just a stupid. I can't even make that joke in good faith anymore, considering how like this fucking show just I hate the stupidity of the other like police. Like, oh, they all committed suicide. Excuse me. Yes. 20 people just committed suicide simultaneously through different means in the same location when they were interacting with one specific person. Do you think maybe there's something unusual going on there? Do you think I was leading a death cult? This show is so... This isn't even the worst of it, right?
This is by far not the worst of it. And then here's the crazy thing. The next 4 episodes are really fucking boring.
Oh, no.
It's just that when everything is all said and done, I'm going to call it right here. Episode 12 is one of the worst finales I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
Same here. It's honestly that fucking bad. Like,
You
it
thought
is
this was
Ruby
bad.
Volume 8 ending levels of bad.
I know we talked about this like in private. You mentioned that like Wonder Egg Priorities finale was worse. No, this is worse.
I'm remembering what happens in episode 12 of this. No, this ending is
I can
factually
already tell
incredibly
you
worse.
Wonder Egg Priority by far is better than this on the whole.
Oh yeah,
already.
on the whole, obviously, yeah.
Like at least up through like episode 8, Wonder Egg Priority had its shit together.
Yeah.
It also had like really good visuals. It didn't just have like a couple really awesome scenes. No, like it actually has like solid animation throughout.
Yeah, it was
up until
consistent.
the end.
Yeah,
in
way
that way.
more consistent.
Is it as bad as Game of Thrones season 8 ending? That's a question.
I don't have the answer. I've never seen Game of Thrones season 8.
Okay,
Or
here's the
anything.
thing. Game of Thrones started very promising and got through like 5 or 6 seasons of being somewhat liked. And then 7 and 8 apparently tanked it. This,
Yeah.
I mean, by this point already we're 7 episodes in, and I'm already not liking this. This is already so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I would say through just like the build up in impact and just the scale of how worse it got, I'm willing to bet that Game of Thrones' ending is worse, even though I haven't seen it. Just going by all the coverage I've seen about it and people talking about it. But I will say, though, if Game of Thrones had like a similar episode count to this, and it had that same ending, I would say that they would probably be on par, if not still leaning more towards Game of Thrones, kind of.
Yeah, it's probably a whole other feeling in general when the show you've been following for literal years has a catastrophic ending. This is a 12-episode show where everything just dies a fiery, boring, worthless death where nothing fucking matters.
I was about to say, you call this shit a fire, dog? The fire that didn't even get lit. We just died from the
It's
cold.
a damp wick.
Yeah, it's a damp wick.
It's a wet fart of a firecracker.
Like, it's so sad too, because like we talk a lot about how great and well directed episode 2 is, right? And this was technically the episode that got me into the show, because I watched a video by the YouTuber I mentioned before, Replay Value, and he made this really good video about this scene, right? And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep up with this show. Fast forward to episode 5, and I was already regretting it.
It's like,
yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what the show wants to tell me with this. Is she some supernatural entity of some sort that's doing this? Or is it just some, like, extraordinary ability that this person has? Like, we're saying that she's, like, the strange 0.0001% of people. Like, I don't know. It's not even a trained skill. It's just a thing that she does. I don't get what she's supposed to be.
It would be much Oh, go ahead, Twilight.
It would be one thing if like she was always somebody who was very sadistic, and so she did things on purpose to, in a realistic way, make people very uncomfortable, make them kind of lusty after them. But it's animeified up to the point where it is no longer a realistic show. It is a supernatural show, but in a realistic setting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
And that's what makes it really stupid.
yeah, because like it would be one thing if she is that way, like vaguely supernatural, I guess, without the show really saying either or. If this was just like still a self-contained murder case story, right? And she's all like, this sort of like a horror movie-esque kind of villain. It would be weird, but you can probably make that work. But they're juxtaposing that with the larger political debate about suicide and justice and all this other
Well,
stuff.
it's not even that. They're also, it's like they want their cake and eat it too, in terms of she is clearly the main antagonist, right?
Yes.
Like she is the main antagonist. When it felt like the show was leaning much more into this is a political slash crime thriller that we're like where it's a much larger conspiracy of different interlinking facets and all these different elements. But no, at the end of the road, it's just this absolute nut job that has a miraculous ability to seduce people into suicide.
Yeah, they just got rid of that aspect of it 4 episodes in.
It's completely simplified everything down from there is a net of people that actually want to accomplish some underhanded goal to there is a supervillain on the loose, which is not realistic at all. It's not even like there's a serial killer on the loose. This is someone that wants to enact a national suicide bill, or I guess a citywide suicide bill.
Right. Well, eventually making it national by saying the precedent. But yeah, it's
We'll get there.
yeah, we'll get
Yeah,
It's
there.
supposed to be a
Keep
thing where it's
simplified in
like
mind.
she wants the suicide bill so that she can like be the Grim Reaper or whatever. She can just kill willy-nilly.
Oh,
I mean, it's not like she's gotten away with it so far.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Why is she even here? She's just. What is her
we don't
connection
know
to any
why.
of this going on? That's the other thing we don't know. And
Yeah.
we'll never know.
So when was this released?
2019.
And when is it set
Released
again?
Wait, what?
When is it set again?
2019. I actually checked the receipt that was in the show.
Oh, it is? Okay. So, theoretically speaking, our main protagonist should have, I don't know, this thing called a cell phone. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, here's an idea. You don't have your tech guy on hand, but you do have a cell phone that can record video.
Yep.
Record your fucking screen. It's better than nothing to actually display that there's a madwoman who's explaining her entire plan to you completely in front of you while chopping up your partner. Like, holy shit, if that doesn't convince the higher-ups that something shitty is going on, I don't know what will.
I think at this point he's just too broken and just too like, I fucking hate Aimagase to think straight anymore.
I don't know, man. It's still it's all this dumb just stacked on top of each other. Now you guys understand why we picked this show. Okay, this is our freaking assassin isekai thing. I forget the name of that shit, and that's probably
And it's like it started off so promising, and at the very least, by this point, it could still be like an entertaining, pulpy, height moments and aura dumb bullshit thing. The next 4 episodes are boring as fuck, and then the finale, oh god.
I hope you guys take like a Cliff Notes approach to the next 4 episodes then when we get to it, and then we just
Oh
focus
yeah,
on the finale.
definitely. Because there's even less that actually happens within those episodes, so we'll definitely take more of that approach.
The world's finest assassin.
Yeah.
No, we just call it assassin isekai for short.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is where most of the eventful stuff happened. Back then, at least the show was interesting, if nothing else.
Oh
Yeah.
god. Well,
the next is gonna be like almost a completely different show.
Yeah, actually.
We'll have to see when we get to that. I don't know if that's
Yep.
going to be
We
next
have to
week
we have to
or the week
rewatch
after.
those 5 episodes now,
Not the week
Kaiser.
after. We have
Are
a
you
thing we
ready?
planned around.
Okay.
But we'll get back to this. Oh
Yeah.
dear God, will we?
Let's just roll out with the engine right here.
Yeah. Does anyone have anything they want to announce as we wind down?
Nothing beyond the usual. I'm still working on the script for my video. This is what I have right now is about like 10 pages. So it's probably going to be the longest video I've made in a while.
Congratulations and good luck.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna be I think I've hinted at before, but this video, as requested for the longest time, is gonna be an Ironwood video.
Oh, goody.
Jake Steelbark.
Yes. I've been hinting at this for a while, but yeah, finally after all this time I'm gonna get to it.
We have one last
Okay,
teddy
dope.
bear paladin, Scepter. As fortune would have it, my current host proved rather proud and quickly offended, and quick-witted enough to notice quieter insults. It had been long since I had had such a fiery company. Serial, you got anything going on for you? Anything you want to know?
Actually, I think my latest video might be a little too old to really count for this. It's been like 3
Hey, every
weeks.
little bit counts.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, yeah. On my AnyTube channel that this is from, I made a new vid, new in air quotes, about like animation isn't everything. It's jumping off the conversation and irritation people had with the visuals of Sakamoto Days, where I attempt to talk about like other stuff than just the visuals there, like the atmosphere, the art direction,
Composition stuff.
yeah, editing and post-production stuff, to show how there's a lot more to these conversations that should be had in terms of criticizing the show and analyzing like, oh, what other things are people kind of missing out on that are actually good aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I remember reading a little bit of that script, and I don't know if you changed it at all, but I did want to emphasize that like a lot of people don't understand the difference between art style or art direction and the flow of movement, which is animation.
Right,
I do definitely make a distinction there. Like I separate like all that stuff. None of that is like the animation itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where I can talk about like, oh, shows that look pretty good. I don't really go into that much when I say shows that look pretty good despite their limited animation, like Berserk 97, or shows that look pretty dodgy despite good animation, like Fate Grand Order Babylonia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
All right, and
All right.
Twy, I take it you've got nothing to update on since your computer was down.
Yeah, no, well, my computer might be back tomorrow. So there's that.
Woo! Pachi, 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 pachi.
Oh, well, I do have. Remember that that thing that I sent you with my my updated list of English letters?
Yes.
I did put that up on my Patreon if anyone wanted to have an updated English alphabet that is more phonetically consistent with proper English instead of just how we write English currently.
It's a bit of fun. It takes a bit of getting used to, though.
Yes. Raymond gave up on it when I tried to ask him to translate.
I was much more successful with the runes, I think. There was something that I managed to actually translate well.
Yeah. It has gotten to the point where I
do I want to switch to? I'm very scared what the answer would get me.
Oh god.
If you want a Switch 2, then get a Switch 2. If you don't want it, then don't get it. Simple as that.
I want a Switch 2, but I don't have. There's no games on it that I want right now, so I'm kind of holding off on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that Metroid's
Anyway,
second game supposed to come out?
All right,
or
Celtic
something?
Phoenix.
Oh.
Fixing. Okay, so on my end, Fixing Ruby Volume 7, Episode 2 coming out this Friday, so everyone look forward to that. Also, we got Bad Fanfiction Night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we normally do. Join us for that. If you Metroid Prime 4, yes, I know, but that's not out yet. I'm waiting, guys. But yeah, if do you want to support all that, you can join us in the Tundra for $1 or more to my Patreon, Twi's Patreon, or by becoming a member here on the channel, and you can join us for it then in the chat. We would love to have you guys there for your witty commentary and rapport. And yes, that's about all I have to say. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a fun night. Thank you all, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
See y'all around.
Bye bye.